Good morning and welcome to Wolverine softball field here in Orem, Utah for Utah Valley softball as the Wolverines host the Dixie State Trailblazers in one of the first and maybe only in-state conference opponents Utah Valley has, at least for right now. And they'll have a big opportunity here to get this three-game series started, about 18 hours late or so, but better late than never for this matchup. We'll welcome in Josh Kalunke here to the broadcast. And Josh, these two teams, in a lot of ways, records are pretty close and pretty similar. Both teams can hit, both teams can pitch. It's going to be interesting to see how this one plays out.
Yeah, absolutely, and as you said, in-state rivalry. It's a big game for both squads because right now Utah Valley just a little bit behind Dixie in the WAC standings, and so this is a huge turnabout series. So Utah Valley really needs to pick up at least two of these games this weekend, or best case scenario sweep. So Utah Valley, big series, in-state rival. Here we go.
Hannah Hughbanks, the center fielder for Dixie, will stand in to lead it off. Devin Kretz is in the circle there, just finishing up. The umpire making sure the gate past the Utah Valley dugout, making sure that is shut and out of play. And we're set and ready to go here, maybe just a minute or so early to get ready to go. Kretz comes home with the first pitch, and that's in there for a called strike one.
Well, one of the big keys, obviously, this weekend is going to be pitching. As you said, both teams hit the ball extremely well, and so we're going to see which team can really answer the bell with their pitching staff.
Pitch on its way. That one's in there for a called strike. It's 0-2. Dixie State will go Hannah Hughbanks, Megan Anders, and Oakley Trapp 1, 2, and 3. Michaela Thompson, the first baseman, hits in the cleanup spot. Shay Clements, the catcher, hitting fifth. And the 0-2 pitch fouled away. Casey Crawford, the right fielder, hitting sixth. Laura Lockhart, the third baseman, hitting seventh. Shaylee Jensen, the left fielder, eighth. And then Kirsten Quigley, the shortstop, will round out the order and bat ninth.
Well, for both these teams, really, when you look at their lineups, it's going to be a huge key as she takes a ball outside there. Good pitch from Kretz. Tough one to lay off of, but a good job of laying off. A big key for both these teams is the bottom of the lineup. Your 6, 7, 8, 9 spots in the lineup, are they going to produce this weekend? Really close pitch there.
Devin Kretz coming into this start, 9-10 with a 3.25 ERA. And that puts Kretz right now second in the WAC behind Stephanie Madrigal from Seattle as Hughbanks fouls that one out of play down the left field line.
And the Wolverines saw Seattle last weekend, and that was a very tough series. Wolverines did take one of those games, but very, very tough series. Both those teams very mirror these two teams as well.
The 2-2 pitch missing for ball three, and the count runs full. And you talk about in the WAC, only, I believe, 6 teams compete in softball. 4 will make the WAC conference tournament, so really playing for 4 spots. And with how competitive it's been as Hughbanks will draw a walk, there may not be a lot of difference 1 through 4.
There absolutely is not. It's a lot of parity in WAC softball, a lot of good teams. And as we saw a couple of years ago when Seattle, last time there was a softball World Series, Seattle went and won a game in that World Series. So just some good softball being played here in the WAC.
Megan Anders, the second baseman, shows bump but pulls it back for ball one. 1 ball and no strikes. Yesterday it was in maybe the low 40s, very cold. Today, well, we're probably up around the upper 40s. Looks like about 45 degrees or so. But pitch on its way. There's a bunt right back to Kretz. She'll field it and she'll just pick it up. There's no play. Everybody's safe.
Well, that's an outstanding bunt right there as now with runners on first and second, they have been able to manufacture a great at-bat there in the first at-bat by Hughbanks. Worked her way back from an 0-2 count and worked a walk and then an outstanding bunt. No play for Kretz when she fielded that. Really, if the third baseman doesn't cut that ball off and make a throw, with these short bases in softball, you have an opportunity to get yourself on base with a good bunt.
Oakley Trapp, the designated player for Dixie State, will stand in. From the left side of the plate, Trapp, a freshman hitting .389 on the year for the Trailblazers.
Anytime you can bring in a freshman that walks right into hitting third in your lineup, you've found a gem.
Called strike 0-1, and Dixie State's been kind of in kind of an interesting spot recruiting, because there for a while they knew they were going to make the jump to Division I, but still kind of in between of trying to maybe build the program and recruiting at the D1 level. That one goes foul down the left field line. It has to be a tough balance if you're a head coach making that transition of who can you recruit now and how do you recruit for the future.
Right, and the toughest part about that is getting players to commit and say, you know, I'm not going to compete in D1 for another year or two, and getting those kids and selling them on coming to your program when they don't know, you know, we're not going to be competing in Division I for another year, another 2 years, and then on top of that, when you do get there, your team is on probation, probationary status as far as being able to compete in the postseason.
I wouldn't fouled away. So if you're a freshman committing to a program making that transition, it's potential you may not play in the NCAA tournament unless you maybe use a redshirt year. In a COVID year with getting an extra year, it's a little bit different. But in a normal year where you only have the 5 years of eligibility, generally, including the redshirt, you may not play in the tournament. Sandoval touches third for one. They'll get the lead runner, but that's all Utah Valley will get.
Well, and right there, that's just a nice play. Not much she could do with that. Slow roller to third base. She checked over to first base, checked second base, stepped on third, and just ate that. No reason to throw.
Michaela Thompson stands in at the plate. Thompson on the year, hitting .346, 11 home runs. And takes the first pitch, called strike on the outside. Runners on at first and second, one out, top of the first. Trailblazers and Wolverines. The 0-1 pitch stays high, evens the count up, 1 ball and 1 strike.
You're talking about that recruiting. I know that very, very well because my son was recruited by Utah Valley, and when he was, they were on probationary status and did not go full D1 until his sophomore year. So that was something that we had to consider when he had offers from other Division I schools, and it was something he was willing to give up, but it's a tough situation for a kid to be in, and a really tough situation for a coach.
1-2 pitch. Thompson swings and misses. Strike 3. Kretz with her first strikeout of the afternoon. And with one gone, it brings up catcher Shea Clements.
Well, an outstanding little high cheese there. Hard to lay off of when you have 2 strikes, and good pitch by Kretz.
Kretz ready to go in the circle here. The first pitch to Shea Clements. Settles in for a called strike, and it's 0-1 on Shea Clements. Dixie State coming in 17-19, 5-4 in WAC play. Utah Valley 15-20, 3-6. And there's a soft roller to Hardy at second. She'll throw out Clements, and the inning is over. Dixie State gets a couple of base runners, but they strand 2. We head to the bottom of the first. The Wolverines coming up here on the WAC Digital Network. Bottom of the first inning here in Orem. Utah Valley coming up with Beja Query to lead it off for the Wolverines. Lena Roboletto, the left fielder, will hit in the 2 spot. Sienna Sandoval will hit third. Ryan Milliken, the designated player, hits cleanup. Kyla Hardy, the second baseman, hits fifth. Lainey Bettencourt, the right fielder, sixth. Peyton Prigge in the seventh spot. Madison Carr, eighth. And then Emery Nielsen rounds out the order. Utah Valley will face Carissa Burgess in the circle for Dixie State. Burgess, 12-9 on the year with a 4.22 ERA, making the 20th start of the year. 121 innings for Dixie State. It seems like Dixie State, that's been kind of their go-to arm in the circle, and they're willing to throw Burgess. We might see Burgess maybe in all three games.
Yeah, correct. And that could be the same for Utah Valley with Devin Kretz.
First pitch misses outside for ball one. Wolverines wearing the visiting, well, I guess not the visiting gray uniforms in softball, but the gray uniforms today. Dixie State, red tops and white pants.
Well, and as we said, at Utah Valley, one of the big keys is going to be, as there's a slow roller to shortstop.
Quick throw to first is going to get dropped by, it looks like, Thompson over at first base, and Query will reach here to start the game.
Well, that was an outstanding throw from the shortstop. It just kind of looked like maybe the first baseman over there took her eye off it, and Michaela Thompson. She's just a young freshman over there, but just a kind of right in her lap throw, and just absolutely must have taken her eye off it, unfortunately for the young lady, and now Utah Valley has a runner on first.
So leadoff runner on for the Wolverines, which is a good sign. This is a Utah Valley team, Josh, that can quickly turn some of those hits into runs as Lena Rebeledo takes the strike over the outside corner.
Well, Utah Valley, one of the big keys is going to be the bottom of this lineup getting on base throughout this weekend. And then can this top of the lineup produce and drive in those runs? So it's going to be very interesting for the Wolverines.
Burgess in the circle comes home. That one missing outside.
And here early with a runner on first, it's going to be very important to see what the Wolverines can do here.
Burgess working in the circle here in the bottom of the first inning. Here in Orem. Pitch on its way, fouled back to the screen. 1 ball and 2 strikes here on Rebeledo.
Good looking swing there from Robeledo right on that pitch, just fouled it straight back.
One-two pitch coming. Ready to come home in the circle. Burgess looks in, taking kind of time in between pitches. On its way, swung out a miss, strike 3. And Carissa Burgess has her first strikeout. And that will bring up third baseman Sienna Sandoval. So Sandoval will stand in from the right side here with 1 gone in the bottom of the first inning.
Good looking pitch there. A little bit out, just blew it right past Robeledo, did Burgess. Good looking pitch.
When you look at the WAC leaders in strikeouts, when it comes to pitchers, Burgess and Kretz really right near each other as Sandoval takes ball 1. Coming into today, now again you have to remember, with both of these teams not playing yesterday's, other games in the conference did get in. Carissa Burgess came in 86 strikeouts, second in the WAC. Devin Kretz came in with 84 strikeouts, that's tied for third in the WAC as that one bounces in for a ball and the count moves quickly to 2-0 on Sienna Sandoval.
Well, and when you look at the strikeouts for both those young ladies, and then you look at the innings pitched, so you kind of get a better idea. With 121 innings pitched by Burgess, she's really, strikeouts not a big weapon in her arsenal, but it in this situation sure helped out right there.
Sandoval hits that one down the right field line, but foul.
And, you know, you got to love pitchers that you mix in some strikeouts, but they let their teammates work. They throw a lot of strikes, keep it around the zone, and then, you know, make your teammates work, and that's what they're there for.
Yeah, coming in, Burgess, it looks like 4.9 strikeouts per 7 innings. So probably a little bit more of an accurate picture than just going on the strikeouts. Burgess ready to come home with a 2-1 pitch. The changeup right there froze Sandoval for strike 2. The throwback from the catcher goes over Burgess's head, but middle of the infield there to back up.
Keep him awake back there. I mean, it is just barely afternoon, and these college kids, they'll sleep past then.
2 balls and 2 strikes here on Sienna Sandoval. Burgess ready to come home. The pitch. Sandoval outside ball 3. And the count runs full. Utah Valley really working the count here, making Carissa Burgess go deep into some of those counts. I believe this is the second full count Burgess has had to work through here in the first.
Well, anytime you can see a lot of pitches, that benefits you, whether it's your teammates in the dugout getting to see a lot of pitches from the pitcher.
Sandoval pops that one up, but it's going to go foul just over the Utah Valley dugout.
Or it actually benefits you later in your at-bats as you've seen more pitches from the pitcher, and in your second, maybe your third at-bat, you've seen a lot of pitches from that arm, and you have a better opportunity to come up with a base hit in those later at-bats.
3 balls, 2 strikes, the count on Sienna Sandoval. Pitch on its way, swung on and chased. There, Sandoval was trying to hold up, but it was too late trying to hold up. The second strikeout for Carissa Burgess.
Well, that off-speed pitch is what got her. She expected a fastball, and the low off-speed just couldn't hold up. And I talked about how the strikeouts wasn't a big part of her arsenal, and she strikes out 2 in a row.
Ryan Milliken, the designated player, standing in for the Wolverines. First pitch, missing for ball 1. 1 ball and no strikes here on Milliken.
Milliken, obviously a big part of the offense for Utah Valley. It's good to see. It would be good to see her get rolling and have a nice big weekend. Really help the Wolverines here.
6 home runs for Milliken on the season. Takes that one on the outside corner, a called strike, and the count moves to 1-1. 2 gone, bottom of the first inning. No score between Dixie State and Utah Valley. Burgess looking in. And the 1-1 pitch on its way. That one missing outside for ball 2, 2 balls and a strike. And again, Milliken, almost really these Utah Valley hitters, really doing a good job of knowing where the strike zone is and really trying to force Burgess back over the plate. They just haven't caught up quite yet, I think, to that fastball.
Yeah, she does have an excellent fastball.
One blocked in the dirt, ball 3, and the count runs to 3-1. So a fastball count here, exactly what Ryan Milliken is looking for.
Hey, absolutely, and here you don't really have to give in to Milliken because you can move that runner over to first and second. You've still got 2 outs, and you face a lesser hitter coming up behind, or you would assume a lesser hitter hitting behind the power-hitting Milliken.
3-1 pitch misses outside. Milliken takes ball 4, and Utah Valley, similar to what Dixie State did in the top of the first inning, putting runners on at first and second, and here's Kyla Hardy.
Well, and that is exactly what Dixie did there. There was no reason to give in. It was a fastball, but it was out, it was up. If Milliken wanted to chase that pitch, then she could have, and then it would have been a full count, and you'd go after her. But she did not chase it. Give her base, live to face the next hitter.
First pitch to Kyla Hardy in there just above the knees for a called strike, and it's 0-1. And that's really a lot of what pitching comes down to, I feel like, Josh, is a strategy game of saying, okay, in this situation, do we want to face, what do we want to do here,
yeah,
and things like that, especially when you get later on in the game.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Hardy can't catch up to the fastball there, and snowballs with 2 strikes.
Well, and you do, not to sell Hardy short, but she comes in and she does have 3 home runs. She does hit for a little bit of power, and she, a 277 average. She's absolutely no slouch, but she doesn't have 6 home runs and hit 366. So you go with the averages.
The 0-2 pitch missing, a good 0-2 pitch there. Hardy not giving in. It's 1 ball and 2 strikes here on Kyla Hardy. So Wolverines team that looking to try and here in this 3-game series, you'd really like to come away with 2 out of 3. As Hardy chases one out of the zone, strike 3. Burgess with 3 strikeouts ends the first. We head to the second, no score, Dixie State and Utah Valley. Leading off for Dixie State here in the top of the second, Casey Crawford getting ready to stand in. Top of the second inning here on the WAC Digital Network, Dixie State and Utah Valley.
Well, I'm wondering if maybe Dixie has some audio of us in their dugout, because Kayla Burgess, my goodness, she comes out, and I just happened that she didn't have a really high strikeout ratio, and she just gunned down the entire top of the order for Utah Valley, it seemed. 3 strikeouts. She was impressive here in this early game.
Hopefully it's not a sign of what's to come for the Wolverines here as we work through the next 6 innings. As quickly Devin Kretz ahead 0-2 here on Casey Crawford. As it's another busy day here at UVU. The 0-2 pitch, fastball high. Count moves to 1-2 here on Crawford. Baseball going on in pretty much looking distance here from where we're at above the third base dugout here at Wolverine softball field. Here's the 1-2 pitch. Fouled back.
Yeah, you can't beat a day like today. Sun's out. It's a little chilly and a little windy, but you got softball here, and then, like you said, within spitting distance, you got a baseball game going on. And so just a wonderful day here at Utah Valley.
The 1-2 pitch, low for a ball, and the count moves to 2-2. What's interesting to see is how quickly it went from being last night cloudy, cold, wet, and rainy. Some snow, probably some sleet mixed in there. The 2-2 pitch right there on the corner, but misses inside for ball 3. Count runs full. To now today, you come, and if you would have said, hey, we had all this rain and couldn't play yesterday,
Yeah.
Your average person would have said, really?
Yeah, absolutely. It's Utah weather, my friend.
3-2 pitch on its way. Ground ball up the middle into center field for a base hit for Casey Crawford.
Well, and another good at bat now for a Dixie hitter. They have done a great job of working the count and then getting deep into the count and putting good swings on the softball. Well, and I failed to mention that at 3 p.m. today, tune in to the WAC Digital Network and catch the Utah Valley women
ESPN
on ESPN Plus. I apologize. ESPN Plus for the women soccer WAC championship, which the Wolverines will be in at 3 p.m. again today.
Taking on Seattle U. That's a rematch, I believe, of last year's final up in Seattle, where Seattle U scored a goal in overtime. Runner takes off. The throwdown is going to be in time to get the runner. Beja Query with a great throw over the second base bag, and Emery Nielsen applies the tag for the first out.
Well, Dixie there just trying to be aggressive, get something going as far as the running game, and Beja Query wasn't having any of it.
Here's the 2-0 pitch on its way. There's going to be a slow roller to second. Hardy up with it, and she'll throw out Laura Lockhart for the second out of the inning.
Those are tough plays, Ryan. You get those balls that come off the bat a little funky. They're slow rolling, and with these short bases and the way these girls run, you've really got to charge that ball, make a clean pickup and a clean throw, or there's going to be a base hit. So a nice play over there by Kayla Hardy.
First pitch in there to Shaylee Jensen, taken for strike one. And it's hard enough, too, when you see the runner and kind of that adrenaline gets going, the speed of the game, to try to make sure you make the play under control.
Yeah, absolutely. It's amazing how skilled these young ladies are.
The 0-1 pitch there, and going through and swinging was Jensen. Just goes back to show you the amount of work and effort that it takes in, how many ground balls.
Absolutely.
And I wish you could say, hey, how many ground balls have you fielded just in practice alone? But many you lose track.
And how many moms and dads have hit fungos to these kids and taken them out back and taking them to the park. And it's just, it's just fun to see the culmination of that with these kids here. On a beautiful day playing.
1 ball and 2 strikes to Shaylee Jensen. Kretz comes home. Missing high for ball 2. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Kirsten Quigley on deck. The 9th-place hitter for Dixie State. Here's the 2-2 pitch. Fouled back. We'll have another 2-2 pitch coming. Devin Kretz up over 30 pitches here in the second, but
well, Shaylee Jensen, she comes in. She has not had a lot of plate appearances. Looks like, so she's looking still for her first hit of the year.
0 for her first 8. Stands in now with a full count. 3 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs, top 2. And the pitch on its way home. Ground ball hit to second. Kyla Hardy has it, throws to first in time, and the inning is over. Dixie State goes down in order 1, 2, 3. We head to the second. Utah Valley coming up after the break. Bottom of the second inning here as Lainey Bettenker gets ready to stand in for the Wolverines to start the bottom of the second inning. Carissa Burgess back to work after 3 strikeouts in the first inning as Bettenker, Prigge, and Madison Carr, 6, 7, and 8 due up for the Wolverines here in the bottom of the second inning.
Well, and this is the part of the lineup, Ryan, that I always love to see because a lot of times a weekend will hinge on the performance of the players hitting in these spots in your lineup.
First pitch to Bettenker misses for ball 1.
Because usually the team that gets production out of the bottom of their lineup will win the game. It's almost without fail that happens.
The 1-0 pitch ready to come home to Bettenker. She lines this one into center field. Going back, making the catch is Hannah Eubanks, and there's one gone.
Well, right there, I talk about how great these coaches are at positioning their players, and there was a great case of it right there. That ball off the bat, you think, oh, that's a base hit, but no, such a great job of having your players in the right place, knowing what these hitters are going to do, having spray charts, looking at things, knowing exactly what to do, and then putting them there. And so great job by the Dixie coaching staff.
Prigge stands in from the right side of the plate here with one gone. Takes the first pitch away for a ball, 1-0. And that's one thing you've seen over time is things go from being much more analytical and what the data shows compared to maybe just trusting like a hunch or something like that.
Or trusting the old traditional positioning of players.
The 1-0 pitch in there for a called strike, and it's 1-1. Prigge on the year hitting 167. Does have 4 home runs, though. Here's the 1-1 pitch. Checks her swing. Did not go. On the appeal to first for ball. And it's 2 balls and a strike. And
well, Prigge is the type of hitter. She comes in and she has 10 hits on the season, and 7 of those are for extra bases. You've got 4 home runs, a triple, and 2 doubles. And so she's kind of an all-or-nothing type of hitter, and she takes some good, healthy hacks up there.
The Dixie State head coach out of the dugout, and I don't know if he's wanting clarification on the check swing, but they did appeal, and the first base umpire said the hitter didn't go. Definitely. So I don't know if he's just wanting clarification or trying to see where.
Interesting.
You know, we're at a pretty good angle to see those check swings in that from up here, to some degree anyway. It's on a 2-1 pitch, and that one's going to get in there for a called strike, and it's 2-2.
Well, that's about the only thing we're at a good angle for here behind third base. But
right here. 2 balls and 2 strikes right here. As they stand in here, here's the 2-2 pitch from Burgess. The ball goes high for ball 3. 3 balls and 2 strikes. Burgess looking right in to get the sign. Really, with base runners on, Burgess has worked a little slower, but with no base runners on, Burgess has been kind of get the ball and go. Prigge, a soft line drive to right field. It's going to fall for a base hit. Just kind of a bloop single down the right field line, just well placed. And right there it works for the first Utah Valley hit of the afternoon.
Well, and right there it looked kind of like a, for lack of a better term, an excuse me swing. Kind of a protection swing. I mean, one of those, whatever you want to call it. She was just trying to protect right there, maybe spoil a good pitch, and instead got the barrel on it a little bit, looped it right over the first baseman's head, and Utah Valley now with a runner on first base.
Madison Carr stands in. Carr, junior from Riverton, Utah. Started her career at Southern Utah. There makes contact but sends it foul. No balls and a strike here on Madison Carr.
Well, in Madison Carr, bunting, slapping, slap hitting, those are great things for her. She runs extremely well as the center fielder. 5 of 6 from stolen bases this year, so she has great speed.
No balls and a strike. Burgess ready to come home. Here's the 0-1 pitch. That one stays high, and the count moves to 1-1.
It blows my mind, Ryan. You see the third baseman there, Laura Lockhart. She is literally standing on top of the hitter almost, and I just don't know how you dare to do that with just a glove to protect yourself.
That one's hit foul, and it's 1-2. It must be a trust in that you have like a slap hitter at the plate where they're just going to try to hit the ball into the ground.
Yeah, but these third basemen are absolutely fearless.
1 ball and 2 strikes to count on Madison Carr. Peyton Prigge running over at first base for the Wolverines. The 1-2 on its way. That one in the dirt for a ball. The count moves to 2 balls and 2 strikes. The Wolverines were at home last weekend, dropping 2 out of 3 to Seattle. They played at BYU on Wednesday. Dropped an 8-2 contest and back home this weekend. The 2-2 pitch. Ground ball hit foul down the third baseline.
And see, Lockhart is right on top of that, and that ball was hit pretty well. I just know that I personally don't want to be down there doing that.
And you see it in baseball, too. You see the third baseman play in, but there's a little bit of a distance there at third base
much
compared,
more distance compared to at this third base in softball is, wow. You gotta really be tough.
Here's the 2-2 pitch on its way. Carr makes contact, but just hits it foul. It just kind of spun right before getting to the first base bag. So Carr will make Burgess come home again with another 2-2 pitch.
Well, I would not be surprised to see her go up the middle right here. She's gone down the third base line, down the first base line, so why not up the middle?
See what Burgess comes with here. They may try to go outside to prevent Carr from trying to pull it, and there she hits that one foul. Home plate umpire immediately pointing that it was foul.
Well, it hit the hitter inside the batter's box. You got to be careful when you're a slap hitter like that and you're leaving the box, because if that ball hits you fair and you're outside that box, then you're out.
2 balls and 2 strikes the count. Burgess ready to come home. Carr, ground ball to short. They'll go to second for 1. The quick relay turn not going to be in time as Quigley went very quickly to Anders covering the bag, but they'll get 1 here.
I'm going to have you try to say that again. Quigley went quickly.
I don't know if I want to try saying that one again, Josh. I think
quickly to first.
The
nice turn there by the middle infield for Dixie, but in softball, those are very, very difficult to turn, those double plays. A little bit of a soft roller to the shortstop, and you just really have no chance to get that runner at first, especially with the speed of Carr.
Emery Nielsen swings and misses at the first pitch, and it's 0-1 here on Nielsen. And that's That's about as quick of a turn as I've seen up the middle.
That was a great turn.
And
she
you're only going to get one.
She beat it by 6 steps. Yeah, it's kind of crazy. But I'll tell you, this right here might be a situation where the Wolverines look to run with Carr at first base, 5 of 6 on the year on stolen bases.
Pitch to Nielsen on its way. She makes contact. Quigley, a diving stop is short, but they'll have no play right there.
Wow, nice play. Going to her right was Quigley and just laying out for that ball. And as you said, no chance, but, could have prevented that runner from advancing to third base and having a first and third situation. And so great job with her, Quigley, keeping that ball on the infield. Just beautiful effort.
It wasn't really a hard hit ball, but just found the right spot. And had that gotten past Quigley, Josh, to your point, Madison Carr would have easily probably made it to third.
Right, because it was rolling slowly, the left fielder, even though she was charging hard, that ball was not moving very quickly.
Beja Query stands in here for Utah Valley, takes ball one ball and no strikes. And this is where you talk about the bottom part of the order. You turn it over with base runners on base to the top of the lineup.
Yep, absolutely.
Usually bodes well for an offense.
Gives that top of the lineup more opportunities.
There's a ground ball right to third, as Lockhart will touch third base to end the inning. Utah Valley gets a couple of base runners in the inning. They strand them. We head to the third. No score. Dixie State, Utah Valley. Top of the third inning here at the Wolverines softball field as the Trailblazers come up with 9-1-2. Kirsten Quigley, Hannah Hughbanks, and then Megan Anders coming up against Devin Kretz. Quigley, with a couple of nice defensive plays in the bottom of the inning, takes a fastball low and away for ball one. Now tries to see if she can jumpstart some offense here for Dixie State.
Well, that's what they always say on ESPN, right? How often does as there's a strike, looked like a little high, but a called strike. How often does the person that made a couple of outstanding defensive plays lead off the next inning? And that they say on ESPN, whenever we edit it that way.
It's a foul ball that hits off the end of the netting here off the pole, and be 1 ball and 2 strikes here on Quigley.
But in this case, real life, it is Quigley leading off. And
we can't edit it, so
yeah. And that's why I'm not allowed to swear. The
1-2 pitch fell back. It's 1-2 on Quigley.
Because we can't edit it, man.
Quigley on the year for Dixie State, hitting .250. It's the wind beginning to kind of pick up here at Wolverine softball field.
Well, Quigley, she's got great speed, and she's obviously a tremendous athlete. We saw that with her play in the field.
Fouls that one off.
And so she almost acts as a second leadoff hitting in this 9-hole. She is, I think, 4 of 6 on the year on stolen bases, runs well, and so good spot to have her hitting.
Here's the 1-2 pitch, ground ball hit in the hole. Emery Nielsen right there makes a great throw over to first to get the speedy Quigley, and there's one gone.
Well, and that's kind of crazy because you have the third baseman playing up against the line, and Emery Nielsen playing clear over there. You almost have two players playing on top of each other. So very different to see a shortstop making that play that far over. But, again, good placing by the coaching staffs.
First pitch fouled back to Hannah Eubanks. Eubanks walked in her first plate appearance. Comes in hitting .418 on the year.
Yeah, she can hit a little bit.
On base percentage of just below 500 at .496.
It's almost like when she's up, just put her on first every other time, because that's what she seems like she's going to do.
1 ball and 1 strike the count here on Eubanks. The pitch on its way. That one settles in there for a called strike. And it's 1 ball and 2 strikes here on Hannah Eubanks.
She's just a sophomore, so a pretty young group here for Dixie.
Here's the 1-2 pitch. That one's going to be popped up and sent foul. One will get onto the tennis courts, I would think.
Well, I hope they don't mix it up, those yellow balls, you know.
I mean, you know, I would hope you could tell the difference, but you never know.
Hey, you know, if it's me over there, who knows?
1 ball and 2 strikes the count. Sienna Sandoval tying her cleat. One thing I am interested in seeing, and I don't really know, and I hope we don't have to find out, Josh, but we're not too far away from the baseball field as the 1-2 pitch misses for a ball, 2 balls and 2 strikes. And, I mean, I would imagine they've calculated this to say, hey, there's no way this would happen. But what's the likelihood of a foul ball coming up over home plate? And, you know, I mean, I don't know. It would take a pretty good foul ball to do that.
Yeah.
But
well, Orem High School, have you ever seen their setup?
I have, yeah.
They have their, there's a base hit. Well hit.
Eubanks takes the turnaround first, digging for 2. The throw, Hardy with the tag, not going to be in time. At second base, Hannah Eubanks just getting in there with the double.
Well, that's just great hustle by Eubanks. She just went double all the way, and she was thinking double out of the box, took off, and boy, she just was in there over the in front of that tag. But I'll tell you, just great hustle by her.
A hustle double right there for Hannah Eubanks.
So at Orem, they have the high school baseball field, and it in center field basically is the softball field. So when my son Goose played there, let's just say he homered into a few softball games. And they put up a huge fence to prevent that, but he hit a few over that fence.
Megan Anders swings and misses for strike 2. No balls and 2 strikes. You know, you would think when you're designing athletic facilities, and I don't know, I don't have any experience or anything,
but
you would think you might take that into consideration.
Well, I think they did with that big fence that they had up, but they also didn't take into account that they would have a future All-American playing for them.
0-2 pitch missing for a ball. 1 ball and 2 strikes. They count. I know Desert Hills High School in St. George have like a protective netting. That one's lined to left field. That's down. That's going to get the game's first run home. Eubanks scores. Anders goes into second with a 1-out double. And it's 1-0 Trailblazers.
Great job by Anders. Boy, she just went the other way with that off the wall. Just a stand-up double. And there you go. The hustle of Hughley out of the box really makes a difference. Or, Eubanks out of the box there on her double pays off, pays dividends quickly.
So now it will bring up Oakley Trapp here with 1 out, runner on at second base. But Desert Hills High School, if you're there watching a game, they have this protective netting that even comes over the fans because the baseball field, like the baseball field and softball field are right next to each other.
Oh, so they have to keep the foul balls from going there.
Yeah, and it has a netting. It just kind of traps the ball up there, and then they just have a guy that comes through with like this little thing and just kind of, brings the ball down, and they're good to go.
Now, see, that's genius.
First pitch for a ball, 1 ball and no strikes.
And see, Orem has kind of the same thing, too, because their baseball field is right on top of a neighborhood. So they can't have foul balls going into the neighborhood.
1-0 pitch, gets in there for a called strike, 1-1. I was down at Desert Hills calling a high school baseball tournament a couple years ago, and every time the foul ball would come, I would instantly look up to make sure where it was coming. I'm like, hey, there's a net there. I don't have to worry about that.
Yeah.
1 ball and 1 strike to count here on Oakley Trapp. Trapp takes that one low for a ball. 2 balls and a strike on Trapp. Trapp, a freshman from Tremont, Utah, at Bear River High School.
Bear River, another local powerhouse, or a Utah powerhouse. Not necessarily local to us, but a powerhouse in the game of softball.
A 2-1 pitch, swung on and missed. Evens the count up at 2 balls and 2 strikes.
And Dixie features Briley Rudd. She's from Spanish Fork High School. I know her father.
Spanish Fork, just a few minutes down the road, down I-15.
And they're a local. They are a local softball powerhouse.
It's fouled away. 2 balls and 2 strikes on Oakley Trapp. Michaela Thompson on deck for Dixie State as Utah Valley is going to have, it looks like, a defensive conference. Our home plate umpire not going to waste too much time before going out to kind of break this one up, it looks like.
Yeah, interesting.
I think it's the second time here, I want to say, in the inning, the entire infield's kind of come together.
Yeah.
What I don't know is if, I know baseball now, they have the rule of you can only have 6 visits, period, whether it's a defensive unless it's a pitching change. I don't know if softball has the same rule or not.
I'm not sure either, but I know that if the coach visits twice in the same inning, you've got to pull your pitcher in baseball.
Ground ball to third. Emery Nielsen will throw out Oakley Trapp at first. The runner, however, will stay at second.
Well, that's a good job there by Emery Nielsen. Looked back the runner a little bit. Anders kind of wanted to advance, but took the smart route, stayed at second base. Never make that third out at third base, Ryan.
With 2 outs, Michaela Thompson will come to the plate. Swinging and missing the first pitch is Thompson.
Well, she had a healthy hack at that ball there. And but you can see why. She's got 11 home runs on the year. So,
pitch right on the outside corner, evens the count up 1-1. That's the thing that kind of it's one of those kind of, I want to say, unwritten rules or so on the base paths. You don't want to make the third out on being maybe over aggressive.
Well, and especially when you have this hitter in Thompson coming to the plate.
The difference is you make that third out, say, of the inning. No runners on base. Thompson comes up to lead off the next inning. It just kind of changes things a little bit.
That's advantage Utah Valley in that situation. You want Thompson hitting with runners in scoring position.
Here's the 1-2 pitch from Kretz. Right on the corner, missing for a ball, and it's 2 balls and 2 strikes. Ready to go right here. Kretz in the circle. Delivers home that one. Again, outside ball 3. The count runs full. 3 balls and 2 strikes here on Michaela Thompson. One nothing Dixie State. They scored 1 here in the top of the third. Down on strikes there. Michaela Thompson swings and misses, and that ends the third. Dixie State, however, gets a run. It's 1-0 Trailblazers. Utah Valley will try to answer after the break. Bottom of the third inning in Orem. It's a 1-0 lead for Dixie State on top of Utah Valley. Ryan Pickens and Josh Klunke here on the call for game one of this Saturday doubleheader, as Lena Robledo will lead it off here for Utah Valley.
And folks, you don't realize how lucky you are at home to be listening to Ryan Pickens, because he is one of the best.
Thank you, Josh. You're always so kind there.
You are, man. If you weren't, I wouldn't say that.
2, 3, and 4 coming up for Utah Valley. Carissa Burgess back to work. The pitch on its way, right on the corner. This time a called strike, and it's 0-1.
Robledo, a young lady that I'd love to see get going this weekend.
She comes in hitting .352 on the season, 5 home runs. Reaches for that one out in front, rolls it foul. No balls and 2 strikes.
Well, I'd love to see her have a big weekend. A 7 for 11 type weekend. A couple of walks in there, a couple of bombs.
You think about over the next 3 or 4 weeks here in WAC softball, this is when you want your team playing your very best.
Right, and the Wolverines really have got to get hot. They have to get a couple of players that really get hot, because right now these series coming up, this series and any future series, are really important for their hopes for the postseason.
Utah Valley finishes the series tomorrow at 11, and then scheduled to go to Boise State on Monday for a doubleheader, and then back home on Wednesday for Utah State.
And, of course, none of those are league games, but good places to get some at-bats, get things right.
Especially with a big series on April 30th looming at New Mexico State, as the 0-2 pitch misses off the plate for a ball, 1 ball and 2 strikes. That's a big one in Las Cruces. And then Utah Valley is back home May 7th for Tarleton. And then the next week it's the WAC softball tournament. So
these are huge. Only 3 series left.
The 1-2 pitch low and misses for a ball. It's 2 balls and 2 strikes.
3 series including this one. So you see how important this is. Utah Valley coming in at 3-6 in league play, and Dixie at 5-4. It's for both of these teams, it's incredibly important.
2 balls and 2 strikes the count. Burgess in the circle. Comes home, and that one settles in outside, ball 3, and the count goes full 3-2.
Well, that's a good-looking pitch there, 2-2. Just a little off the plate outside, and good job by Robledo to be patient and lay off that pitch.
Robledo stands back in the box here, ready to go. The payoff pitch on its way home from Carissa Burgess. Right on the corner, ball 4, and a leadoff walk to start the third, and you want to get those leadoff base runners on if you're Utah Valley, but especially with getting into this middle part of the lineup with Sienna Sandoval and Ryan Milligan. Right,
and that was an absolutely great take right there by Robledo. You said on the corner, but it was just off the corner, and so a great eye by that young lady, earning the Wolverines a base runner here. Let's see, so far they have not been able to do anything with the base runners they've had to this point.
Sandoval stands in, first pitch, misses high for a ball, 1-0. I mean, granted, from our vantage point, everything from here looks like it's on the corner.
Yeah. So when you're above the third base dugout, you really have to try to watch where the catcher catches it to really see any kind of placement.
1 ball and no strikes the count right here on Sienna Sandoval. Burgess comes home, sends that one foul just beyond us down here.
Looked like an off-speed pitch that she got out in front of. A little bit fooled, but good job of getting a piece, fouling it off.
Burgess seems to be mixing in some more change-ups here the second time through.
Right, because Utah Valley, in that first inning especially, was a little behind her fastball, and so mixing in a change-up now really keeps those hitters from gearing up for that fastball.
The 1-1 fastball missing low for a ball. 2 balls and a strike here on Sienna Sandoval. Sandoval struck out back in her first plate appearance in the first. Right here, Dixie State coming in. Currently sits in a tie for third, I guess, technically. The 2-1 pitch on its way. Ground ball up the middle. It's mishandled by the second baseman. Anders kicks into center field. Robledo goes for third, dives head first. And now Sandoval's got between first and second. Robledo trying to see if she can look to advance, and the ball gets past the second baseman into center field. Robledo scores, going from second to third. Sandoval's going to get held at third base, and right there, Sienna Sandoval now at third. I'm not exactly sure how that all worked out, but nonetheless, 1 run scores for Utah Valley. We're tied, the Wolverines, with the leading run now 60 feet away.
Well, right there, Ryan, you had a ground ball up the middle. A nice play by Anders just to get to that ball. And both her and Quigley going for that ball aggressively. May or may not have been able to make a play there at second base, but that ball got away a little bit. No big deal. Well, aggressive base running by Robledo. She advances the third. Throw goes there. Then you get now I'm losing track of who was who.
Sandoval.
But Sandoval gets caught between first and second, and then a little bit of aggressiveness, throwing it back and forth. The issue there is anytime you get a runner into a rundown, you really want to cut down the number of throws that you make. And in that situation, Dixie got caught throwing it back and forth a little bit too much, and when you do that, it opens up for a mistake. And the mistake happened. Great job. They had all the outfielders were even in to participate in that. A great job, well coached. Just darn it, they made too many throws.
Well, it seemed like too at one point you kind of got people bunched up there between first and third, where it was almost like, okay, who am I throwing it to? And it just sometimes you get too many hands involved. It can kind of cause some problems.
That's where the too many throws come in. And most of the time you want to try to run that runner back to the base they came from, make the throw there. But complicated by having a runner on third base who was trying to advance to home. So you're looking at the runner at third while trying to catch the ball, and it becomes kind of a mess.
Ryan Milliken stands in and takes a pitch away for a ball, and now with nobody out in the inning, the pressure really off Milliken here because a fly ball the outfield gets the run home. A lot of different ways Utah Valley can get Sandoval home from third. The 1-0 pitch misses for ball 2 balls and no strikes.
Well, and right here in this situation, Burgess has to be the one to gather herself, get her wits back about her after that play that just happened, and bear back down.
Once fouled back to the screen. 2 balls and a strike the count here on Ryan Milliken.
So that's very difficult sometimes as a pitcher because you feel like maybe you should have had an out in that situation, and instead you're now gotten yourself into a worse situation. But you have to trust your teammates, and you have to have their backs as much as they have yours. And so she did a nice job here throwing strike one. She's back in this at bat.
Milliken takes the 2-1 pitch, low ball 3, and now it's 3 balls and a strike. And we'll see if Carissa Burgess here kind of tries to pitch around Ryan Milliken with first base open.
Well, with nobody out here, I would probably try to go after her, but at the same time, you still want to be careful with the power hitting Milliken.
3 balls and a strike, ready to go. The pitch, low ball 4. So Milliken draws her second walk of the afternoon, and now that will bring up Kyla Hardy.
Well, in that situation, you've got to tip your cap to Ryan Milliken because you've got to take, as a hitter, you have to take what the pitcher gives you. And if the pitcher is not throwing you strikes, you can't hit those. So you have to have that patience, and great job by Ryan Milliken to do so. Now she's going to be lifted for a pinch runner, it looks like.
So Sienna Sandoval at third is lifted. Jaden Barajas is going to run at third. And then
I believe that's Hilton.
Yeah, that's number 15 running over at first base.
Brent Hilton. Brent Hilton, a utility player from out of Las Vegas.
I would imagine we would see both of those re-enter, both Sandoval and Milliken re-enter.
Well, absolutely, you'll see both those players re-enter this game. But right now what you want to do, and a great call by Coach Mae Johnson, is that you want to have as much speed as you can. You've got a great opportunity here with nobody out.
Kyla Hardy squares around a bunt and fouls it back to the screen. No balls and a strike, because Utah Valley looked some kind of squeeze play or something on, or the equivalent in softball.
Yeah, that was Barajas coming all the way from third base. So
no balls and a strike to count on Kyla Hardy. And the pitch on its way stays high for a ball. 1 ball and one strike on Hardy. Kind of the first maybe make it or break it point here if you're Utah Valley. Nobody out, runners on base. This is when you really want to try to go for that 4, maybe that multiple run inning.
Right.
Yeah. The 1-1 pitch on its way. Hardy gets that one over the first baseman into shallow right field. Barajas scores. Going to third is Hilton, and into second sliding is Kyla Hardy. It's 2-1 Utah Valley.
Well, great job right there. That looked like she just kind of another flipped base hit. Just kind of flipped it over the first baseman and really into no man's land. And great job of hitting by Hardy. Flips it out there, advances all the runners, and now Utah Valley cooking with more gas.
Lainey Bettencourt will be the hitter here with nobody out. And that's where some of the speed game that Utah Valley employed with some of those pinch runners taking advantage of the re-entry rule, we would assume. And that's there, put some extra speed on the base paths.
Absolutely, and a great job there by Hardy, coming up big.
Ready to go right here, Burgess in the circle to Bettencourt. That one's fouled away.
You know, anytime you hit behind someone that gets kind of pitched around, you got to take that personally, and I think Kayla Hardy right there took it a little bit personally and said, you know what, how about I hit a double? And she did just that, so great job by Kayla.
No balls and a strike to count. Bettencourt ready to go right here. As the pitch on its way, Bettencourt swings and misses for strike 2.
I got to correct myself, it's Kyla Hardy.
No balls and 2 strikes here with nobody out in the bottom of the third inning. Utah Valley with runners in scoring position here. Runners on at second and third here. 2-1 lead for the Wolverines as the pitch to Bettencourt. Ground ball right to first. They're going to chase down Bettencourt. They're going to throw home. The ball gets past Hilton, who comes in to score. Right behind her, scoring right there is Hardy, and it's a 4-1 lead here for Utah Valley as Thompson came and tagged the runner and then tried to go for the quick double play and kind of flip it home, but the flip went around the catcher there, and 2 runs scored.
Yeah, and that was just another play where Utah Valley's speed with that change really made a difference.
Looking to see here.
And I believe that will be a fielder's choice and then an error.
Peyton Prigge will come to the plate with the bases empty, but 4 runs in here in the third for the Wolverines. 4 runs on 4 hits and for the Wolverines on the afternoon in this ball game. First pitch misses away for a ball, 1-0 the count. Peyton Prigge 1 for 1. Had a single down the right field line, just kind of a bloop single, just kind of.
Much like Kyla Hardy's.
There's the 1-0 pitch on its way. Missing outside for a ball. 2 balls and no strikes. And sometimes when you're hitting, you'll just take it no matter what, whether it looks great or whether it just falls.
Well, you know, it's kind of the law of averages that happens in softball. So one time up, you really sting one, but you hit it right at somebody. And the next time up, you bloop one into that turns into a double.
The 2-0 pitch to Prigge, that one missing for ball 3, and the count goes to 3-0 on Peyton Prigge. Madison Carr on deck for the Wolverines.
That was my late father's theory on softball and baseball. Hit them where they ain't.
It will work for you.
It's that simple, right?
More
hit
often
where
than
they
not.
ain't. Yeah.
3-0 pitch in there for a called strike, 3-1. And occasionally, you talk about this in a lot of different sports, like in basketball, playing defense. Sometimes you're going to do everything you can to prevent someone from scoring, and they just make a great shot or make a great play. And
same with pitching.
Same with pitching. Same with playing defense. Sometimes you do everything you can. You just aren't able to make the play. There's a line drive to right center. That's going to be down for a base hit right there for Peyton Prigge, who's 2 for 2.
Wow, and that's a wonderful piece of hitting right there. She just got on top of that ball and stroked it right into to center field. Beautiful swing there by Peyton Prigge. Just wonderful to see her get going.
That may be the hardest hit ball Utah Valley's hit here in game one.
Oh, absolutely.
As Madison Carr will come to the plate. And right now, Carissa Burgess laboring here in the third inning with one out. The seventh hitter to come to the plate here in the inning for the Wolverines. And that one's fouled away, and it's no balls and a strike here.
Well, Utah Valley is a team that when they get going as a team, they really seems to be a contagious group. So anytime they start to hit, and the bottom of this order has been wonderful so far today and really produced for them. And so everybody gets confidence.
Everybody wants to say, well, the three people that just got hits. I want to get one too.
Absolutely.
Carr shows bump, pulls it back, and Prigge will remain at first, and it's 1 ball, 1 strike.
Well, I think you start to get a lot of confidence that starts to go through the team. And that's really, I think, what it is that they all begin to get more and more confident. They see their teammates doing it, so they know they can.
1 ball, 1 strike, the count here. As the pitch comes in, that one's rolled up the third baseline, but goes foul. And it's 1 ball and 2 strikes here on Madison Carr. Sometimes, as a hitter, you just want to put the ball in play, put pressure on the defense. And that's one thing you see a little bit more of in softball is the idea of just, I'm going to make contact and use my speed, and then I'm going to force you to make a play.
Well, you see that, I believe, because of the 60-foot bases. And because of that 60-foot, I mean, it really puts pressure on the defense with the short bases.
The 1-1 pitch, or the 1-2 pitch to Carr. There's a soft line drive to short. They'll go to first to get the out. The runner moves up to second. I don't know if Quigley thought the person could get to second base in time to get the lead runner. There takes the guaranteed out.
Yeah, and absolutely right there. I think, quite honestly, she got that really on a really big in-between hop that could have eaten her up, quite honestly. But she did a great job of staying down on that ball and then just wanted to make that sure out, the routine play, which is throw to first, that she's made that play a million times, whereas you turn to look at second base, maybe you think the second baseman isn't quite there, so you just go to first.
Emery Nielsen, the shortstop, takes a first pitch strike, and it's 0-1. Nielsen 1 for 1, a single to shortstop in her first plate appearance. No balls and a strike. Carissa Burgess in the circle for Dixie State. For the first time this afternoon, pitching from behind. Ground ball back to Burgess. She throws to first. She's not going to get the runner there. And now Prigge caught between second and third. They'll try to tag Prigge, and they'll get her from behind to end the inning. But Utah Valley, the damage is done. 4 runs for the Wolverines here in the third. We head to the fourth. Utah Valley 4, Dixie State 1. Top of the fourth inning here in Orem. The Clouds have started to come back and just kind of taken the sun away here from time to time, but Still a nice day for softball here in Orem.
It is a nice day, but boy, it is chilly. And of all the tough guys in the world, you still got the short sleeves on, man.
I went for a walk this morning, and when it was like 38 degrees out, I don't know, maybe I just really love the cold. As Shea Clement stands in for ball one ball and no strikes.
I actually think you're just not smart enough to be cold.
That could be true too. Who knows?
Yeah, I'm kidding there. But am I?
The degrees from two universities might disagree, but that could just prove I'm book smart. Who knows?
That's my point. I'm like, hey, way to go, man.
The 2-0 pitch.
You probably could get a PhD, and I'd still say, no, I'm kidding.
2 balls and no strikes on Shea Clements. Clements, Crawford, and Lockhart here in the fourth as the 2-0 pitch misses for ball 3-3-0. And this is really an interesting spot for Devin Kretz to be in. Just now you're pitching with a comfortable lead where you make a mistake, it doesn't necessarily hurt you. The 3-0 pitch missing for ball 4, and Clements draws a walk. But
that's absolutely the last thing you want to do right there is issue free passes. You come out, your team has just given you 4 runs, and you really want to try to get back in that dugout and continue that offensive onslaught, because really Utah Valley kind of ran themselves out of that inning. Then again, that's kind of what produced the big inning. So, it giveth and it taketh away. But Utah Valley wants to get back in that dugout as quickly as possible, and now Kretz having a hard time finding the zone. Sometimes you see that after a long inning. Pitcher's cooled down a little bit, has to come back out there and recalibrate.
Casey Crawford, the right fielder, hitting now, lifts one to left field, back under it, making the catch is Robledo, tagging to second, and just getting in there is Shea Clements. A heads-up move there to make that advancement, and now Dixie stayed with a runner in scoring position.
Well, Shea Clements, she's the center fielder on this team, and she runs extremely well. You saw that there. She's 5 of 6 in stolen bases this year, really plays a solid defensive outfield in center field, and she just really, with her speed, that's just a smart play.
First pitch on its way. Laura Lockhart grounds this one to short. Emery Nilsson up with it. Throws to first. They're going to pull Peyton Prigge, it looks like, off the bag. So the first base coach there initially saying no, they were off. The home plate umpire, or the first base umpire saying that she pulled. Stacey Mae Johnson coming right out of the Utah Valley dugout. Now the umpires are going to talk about it here to see, and the runner's going to be out.
And that's a great job of working as a team there, because the first base umpire, though he's down there specifically for that, I think he took his eye off her foot on the bag to see if she made that catch. And so a great job by the home plate umpire to look down there, see that her foot was on the bag as she caught it. So a great job of teamwork by the umpires.
UVU head coach Stacey Mae Johnson immediately, too. And typically, sometimes you won't see a coach immediately come out. Sometimes they'll wait a second, maybe ask one of their assistants and then come. But she immediately just popped out and said, wait, no, can you guys talk about it?
Right, and it looked, from here, it did look like she kept her foot. But, we're distance away, and so just a good job of teamwork by the umpires. And I'd say that either way if that happened for either team, because you really want a fair outcome when these kids have worked too hard to have unfair outcomes, so to speak.
Shaylee Jensen there takes ball 1. And it's one thing I was listening to a former baseball player talk about. One thing he talked about is people will say, hey, I want the umpire to be consistent. And the 1-0 pitch in there for a called strike. And he goes, I don't really want the umpire to be consistent. I want the umpire to be right.
Yeah.
And and that's the thing. Sometimes it's just better to double check, make sure you have the right call.
Well, and if you played in the big leagues, you want to do right. If there's a hit by pitch there. So Shaylee Jensen earns her way on board with a hit by pitch. But I think at this level, when you're dealing with collegiate umpires, you do want them to be more consistent, because quite honestly, their zones can really kind of be all over the place and different things. And so you're dealing with a completely different group than you are at the big league level.
Kirsten Quigley will stand in with runners on the corners as Stacey Mae Johnson will make a visit out to the mound here. Or not out to the mound, sorry, to the circle.
Yeah, and right now for the Wolverines, this is a big at-bat and a big at-bat as well for Dixie, both teams. This you've got Kristen Quigley hitting at the bottom of the order here. Though she is a very good hitter, you just really don't want Eubanks to come up with runners in scoring position. I mean, she is hitting .418 on the season, but I think she's gotten 2 hits today. So she's probably driven that up to .425 or so. So that's somebody you just really don't want to face with runners on base.
And my question is for you, Josh, for both coaches, how much do they worry about a big inning with their pitcher's arm? It's not very warm out today. It's not like it's 70 degrees. Do you worry about maybe Kretz's arm? You only get about, 5, 6, maybe 8 pitches in between innings.
Right.
Do you worry about the arm maybe not staying warm?
I don't necessarily think it's so much about the arm. I think you worry more about the rest of the body fatigue, and I think you also worry about mental fatigue. And mental fatigue is really one of the big things for pitchers in softball, because the arm doesn't play as nearly as big a factor in that underhand motion as it does, say, in baseball with the overhand motion. So really you're talking about mental fatigue and whole body fatigue.
Quigley makes contact, but kept it in the batter's box for a ball, and it's 1 ball and 1 strike. 4-1 lead for Utah Valley here in the top of the 4th. Game 1 of a doubleheader. We have 2 doubleheaders on campus today.
As well as a WAC championship soccer game, not here on campus, but with the university.
1-1 pitch low for a ball. They'll throw back to third to try to get Clements, but she gets back. But advancing to second on the play is Shaylee Jensen. So now Dixie State with runners on at second and third. We'll try to keep you updated today on one of the other events going on campus. 2-1 pitch fouled back. We'll do it again. 2 balls and 2 strikes.
Interesting there with 2 outs that Utah Valley doesn't throw down to try to get the runner in Shaylee Jensen.
Quigley will go down here, have a word at first. I don't know if they're...
Looks like she kind of may have hurt herself on that swing. It kind of looked a little bit awkward when she swung at that ball. And it looks like she's holding kind of her left shoulder a little bit, her left arm.
You have to kind of 1 or 2 in some ways. She's dove for a couple of balls, and sometimes you don't really feel the impact right away of any kind of an injury or anything like that. Sometimes it takes a little bit before it sets in.
Yeah, absolutely. Sometimes you might not set in until you're finished with the game and you cool down.
So Quigley stands back in the box here. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Kretz comes home, and that one's made contact, rolls it foul. Be 2 balls and 2 strikes here on Kirsten Quigley. Grounded out to short, her only plate appearance of the ball game. And the 2-2 pitch, popped up, playable, coming in. Peyton Prigge makes the catch, and the inning is over. Dixie State threatens, but they don't get any runs across the board. We go to the bottom of the 4th. It's a 4-1 lead for Utah Valley on the WAC Digital Network. Bottom of the 4th inning from Wolverine softball field. Beja Query will lead it off. Top of the lineup coming up for Utah Valley. And Carissa Burgess back in the circle here for Dixie State. And we'll see if Utah Valley can kind of continue where they left off back in the earlier in the ball game.
I believe Beja was the only hitter that did not come to the plate last inning for the Wolverines.
First pitch on its way, over for a called strike, and it's 0-1. Reaching on an error and then hitting to a fielder's choice. Right here, no balls and a strike. The count here on Beja Query. Makes contact, lifts it into left field. It's dropping, diving, and making the catch in left field. Shaylee Jensen for the first out.
Wow, what a play. Shaylee Jensen, she just came on and really made a beautiful diving catch. I thought that was a hit all the way right there off the bat, but she just showed some tremendous hustle and really laid out. Wow, what a play.
Thought it was going to fall, but just kind of watching where it was going, I was like, I thought that was in no man's land.
Absolutely, but she kind of came out of nowhere and just sold out.
As Lena Robledo will be the hitter. The pitch on its way. Misses for ball one. 1 ball and no strikes. Robledo struck out and has walked and scored a run. 4-1 lead for Utah Valley. Bottom of the 4th inning. Game 1 of 2. The second one coming in probably about 30 minutes or so after this one. The 1-0 pitch missing high for ball 2. 2 balls and no strikes.
And it was the walk that she earned the start, the third, that really got Utah Valley going.
2 balls and no strikes to count. Robledo stands in. Here's the 2-0 pitch on its way. Ball 3. The wind having some fun with me, blowing my scorebook and my pen on the ground.
And still you go no coat. I like it.
3 balls and no strikes to count. And that one's in there for a called strike. It's 3-1. I do know it will not take too long, and I'm surprised I haven't gotten a text already from at least one person saying, remember to bring your coat next time.
Oh, you don't have a coat?
And so,
oh, geez, no wonder you don't have a coat
3
on.
balls and a strike. But you know what?
Hilarious.
I'm like the 3-1 pitch in there for a called strike, 3-2. It was funny because I was gonna bring one. Thank you, Clint. So we have plenty. We brought extras. So we're good.
I thought you were just not wearing it because you were a tough guy.
Just said it right there. Well, that too. Like right here, 3 balls and 2 strikes to count. Burgess ready to come home. The pitch outside, ball 4. Robledo draws a walk.
So those things I said about you not being that big of a genius were absolutely true.
You know, I was gonna pack it. I
and
brought
I hope
it
your
yesterday.
mom's listening. Because
I'm sure
she's going to scold you, mister.
You know, if I haven't gotten a text, I'm surprised. I just looked at my phone. I haven't gotten a text yet, but it's probably coming. So right here, with 1 gone, Sienna Sandoval standing in. And, you know, so I was going to bring it, but for some reason I thought, oh, the sun will be coming into our little booth up here, and it will be fine.
It will eventually, just not now.
1 ball and no strikes. The count here on Sienna Sandoval. Running over at first base. Robledo just drew the walk right here. Burgess in the circle, ready to go. The pitch on its way home. Settles in there for a called strike. It's 1-1. (4-1) lead for Utah Valley. 4 runs in the 3rd. Jump starting the offense here this afternoon in game 1. Carissa Burgess has navigated the waters so far. Ground ball to short. Quigley goes to Anders, throws to first to get Sandoval, but the throw pulls Thompson off the first base bag. But a nice job of getting the lead runner right there.
That's a great example of what we've talked about earlier, is how quickly you have to turn it to get 2 here in softball. And right there, Anders just kind of rushed that throw a little bit, and it carried up the line. Good play by the first baseman over there in Michaela Thompson to keep that from going into the dugout and preventing the runner from advancing to second base.
Ryan Milliken stands in and takes the first pitch ball. 1 ball and no strikes. The count here on Ryan Milliken. 4-1 lead, Utah Valley on top of.
Well, the wind has really picked up here at this point, and it's blowing out to left field pretty good.
As Milliken swings and misses. 1 ball and 1 strike, which could kind of pose to be a good thing for hitters. Pitchers
Absolutely.
may not like it, but.
Yeah, but right there, that was a great pitch from Burgess. Just that off speed just got Ryan Milliken out in front.
1 ball and 1 strike the count. Milliken stands in, ready to go. The 1-1 pitch, fastball, high and away for a ball. It's 2 balls and a strike. Sienna Sandoval running over at first base. If you're Dixie State, the biggest thing you want to do is just keep this one close and not get down, dig yourself into a deeper hole as the 2-1 pitch, that changeup starting to be mixed in there more, gets in there for a strike. That's a good-looking changeup from Burgess.
It really is. That was a nasty one right there, and not a lot that Ryan Milliken could do with it if she did take a swing at it.
2 balls and 2. Top of the 5th inning here in Orem as Dixie State will come up top of their lineup. Hannah Eubanks to stand in and lead it off. Right here, a 4-1 lead for Utah Valley as we head to the 5th. First pitch to Eubanks over for a called strike, and it's 0-1. Eubanks, Anders, and Trapp coming up as the 0-1 pitch on its way. Ground ball hit to second. Up with it is Hardy. She'll throw out Hannah Eubanks, and there's 1 away. Here's Megan Anders. Well, the fun of hosting multiple events on campus at the same time means making sure 2 streams are going and things like that. And Megan Anders will stand in. And there's one person that is sprinting back and forth at times today. No balls and a strike. The count.
Thank goodness
to
it's
Anders.
not me. Because if there was any sprinting, I would be out.
Anders with a single and a double on the afternoon. That one's rolled foul, and it's no balls and 2 strikes here on Megan Anders. Oakley Trapp in the on-deck circle for Dixie State. (4-1) lead, Utah Valley, top of the 5th. Getting into the later innings here of game 1. The 0-2 pitch misses for ball 1. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Here with the count on Megan Anders. Devin Kretz has pitched well this in game 1 for the Wolverines. Now it's popped up and sent foul. So far through 4 1/3, only with the 4 hits, 1 run which was earned, 2 walks. About 87 pitches or so here in game 1. The 1-2 pitch on its way, missing for ball 2. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Anders hitting .347, 7 home runs, 21 runs batted in.
Well, at 5'3", she's got a lot of power.
Here's the 2-2. Again, just missing for ball 3. The count runs full here on Anders. Dixie State really would like to chip in and maybe get a run or two here in the 5th. That one sent foul. That will head over towards Clyde Field, over the home of UVU men's and women's soccer. We'll do it again. 3 balls and 2 strikes. About 90 minutes away or so from... Ooh, that one comes inside and hits Anders on the helmet. So Megan Anders is on here in the 5th.
Yeah, that's you probably heard me say, oh, because that's always scary when ball comes in like that and hits a player in the head. But Anders seems like she's just fine, just hustled down, and it almost sounded like it hit the bat, to be quite honest. So thank goodness for helmets.
Randy Simpkins, the head coach, kind of looking over at first, giving a thumbs up, just making sure that, you know, everything was okay.
Yeah, and it was kind of obvious that she was okay, especially for having been hit in the head. Usually you can kind of tell that a player's a little woozy or something, but Anders just threw her bat aside, hustled down, and tough kid.
Oakley Trapp stands in, takes ball 1. Trapp hitting from the left side. And the pitch on its way home. That one settled in, looked pretty close, but it's going to be ball 2, 2-0 on Trapp. What you want to avoid if you're Kretz here is really giving the momentum back to Dixie State here as we get into some of these later innings. Especially you don't want runners on base for Michaela Thompson in the on-deck circle. Trapp swings and misses there.
Absolutely, you've really got to navigate this part of the lineup for Dixie State.
Two balls and 1 strike, the count. Emery Nielsen again playing kind of deep in the hole at short as Trapp swings and misses there. So Utah Valley willing to give the middle of the infield.
Really, yeah. Is Emery Nielsen way over towards third base.
Really protecting the hole there, but opening one up the middle. The 2-2 pitch to Trapp misses ball 3. The count goes full, 3 balls and 2 strikes.
Yeah, big pitch here for Devin Kretz. You really do not want to have runners in scoring position when you face Thompson coming up next.
Thompson taking some practice cuts in the on-deck circle. The 3-2 pitch, line drive, goes foul.
Great job of protecting there by Trapp. Just did a kind of flip that ball out of play and lives to get another pitch.
Kretz in the circle, winds and comes home. The 3-2 pitch, rolled over to first. Prigge touches first, thought about throwing to second, but she'll hold it there for the second out of the inning.
A good decision by Prigge. That ball was kind of tough to handle. It was kind of off the end of the bat, so kind of, what do you call that, spinning strangely, and so she did a nice job, gloved it, tagged the bag, and then ate that throw, which was the better part of valor sometimes, is restraint.
Michaela Thompson stands in 0 for 2 with 2 strikeouts against Devin Kretz. First pitch misses for ball 1, 1 ball and no strikes.
Well, Devin Kretz went right back to what she was able to get Thompson on earlier, that high fastball. And this time Thompson able to lay off.
The 1-0 pitch, Kretz looks in, and the pitch on its way. Thompson hits this one to right, but Kyla Hardy runs it down. I thought that was going to fall, but
Absolutely.
Kyla Hardy
What a play.
Quickly reaches out and makes the catch. We head to the bottom of the 5th. 4-1 lead, Utah Valley on top of Dixie State. Bottom of the fifth inning here in Orem, Utah. 4-1 lead for Utah Valley on top of Dixie State. Ryan Pickens alongside Josh Kalunke here, and a 4-1 lead for Utah Valley. You have to like what the Wolverines have done with the bats.
Yeah, absolutely. The Wolverines have done a nice job today. They've really taken advantage of the opportunities that they have put together and that have been given to them by a couple of fielding miscues by the Trailblazers.
Kyla Hardy stands in. It will be Hardy, Bettenker, and Prigge. First pitch on the outside for a ball. 1 ball and no strikes here on Kyla Hardy. Hardy, a strikeout and a double down the right field line.
And a great play to end the inning. So, again, the great defensive play leads off the inning.
The 1-0 pitch. Burgess comes home. There's a ground ball up the middle of the second. Anders gets to it, throws to first in time for the first out of the inning. Not an easy play there for Megan Anders, going up the middle, having to backhand it and then throw kind of sidearm to first.
Well, she really didn't backhand that ball, Ryan. She actually tried to get all the way in front, and that's really a ball that you probably should have backhanded, but she really showed some really good feet and got clear over there and made a play.
Lainey Bettenker will stand in and lead it off, or will stand in here with 1 out. First pitch in there with the changeup for a called strike. Potentially made that play more difficult, like you were mentioning, by not backhanding it, but
yeah,
almost potentially ran out of room to even get to the softball there.
Right, but she shows you her foot speed and her quickness.
Here's the 0-1 pitch to Bettenker. That one in there for a called strike. It's quickly no balls and 2 strikes on Lainey Bettenker. Bettenker has flown out to center field, also grounded to first. I guess that was probably a fielder's choice. Right here is the 0-2 pitch missing for a ball. It's 1-2. So now we'll have a quick visit from Shea Clements for Dixie State out to the mound. Game 2 of the doubleheader will come up probably around 30 minutes or so after Game 1. And we may have a pitching change or something coming here.
Did she hurt herself on that pitch?
I didn't see anything.
I didn't either, but
Shea Clements kind of.
Oh yeah, she's showing how she kind of maybe hyperextended that knee a little bit.
They're checking some of the dirt. Have to remember the infield dirt. They got the field covered pretty quick yesterday, but there potentially could still be some soft spots.
Yeah, that's true.
On the infield or on the infield dirt
we had prior to the covering of the field, but Colton Baird and his team, they do a nice job here with the grounds crew taking care of both these nice new fields that Utah Valley has with the new turf in the outfield here and then the fully turfed baseball field.
We were talking, Jordan Benucci and I were talking on the baseball broadcast last night. Before the turf, with the amount of rain that we would have had, there's no way we would have even gotten the baseball game in last night.
Not, no.
And so they were able to get the full baseball game in as scheduled. Utah Valley and Tarleton, baseball tied right now, I think at 1. Here's the 1-2 pitch on its way. Bettenker swings and misses, strike 3.
Now she got Bettenker to chase a pitch up in the zone, and good pitch, good job by Burgess, who looks like that little tweak of her knee didn't affect her on that.
A 2-for-2 Peyton Prigge will stand in for the Wolverines here with 2 outs. Burgess ready to come home with the first pitch. Prigge thought about offering at it, but takes ball 1.
Well, Peyton Prigge has really answered the call today. She's 2 for 2 on the day, and just really seems to be swinging bat with a lot of confidence.
Here's the 1-0 pitch. Prigge swings through it there, and the count evens up at 1-1.
Again, it's that off-speed pitch. She's really has Burgess use that to her advantage here as we've advanced through this softball game.
Bottom of the 5th inning here, so we're kind of in the later innings of this one. The 1-1 pitch to Prigge, missing for a ball, 2 balls and a strike. Dixie State only with 6 more outs to work with. So trying to get back in this one, trailing 4-1. I shouldn't really say get back into this one. They're only down 3. That's, a couple of swings, and this is a totally different ball game.
Oh, yeah, we still have a very competitive game here.
The 2-1 pitch to Prigge on its way, swung out and missed, and the count moves to 2-2.
Well, you can see that she's got Prigge a little bit off balance with that off speed to the fastball, the off speed, the fastball, and really has her kind of guessing right now as to what she's going to get.
2 balls and 2 strikes the count. Prigge the hitter. And the 2-2 pitch on its way. High ball 3, and the count runs full. 3-2 on Peyton Prigge. Burgess in the circle right here. Up over 100 pitches now. 3-2 pitch. Prigge makes contact just out of the reach of Michaela Thompson at first base.
Well, that swing was very similar to her first at-bat when she singled into right field. Almost exactly the same kind of protective swing, and just that one goes foul.
Reaching for a pitch on the outside corner. There's kind of what it looked like, kind of high and away, just trying to
stay alive in the at-bat.
Here's a 3-2 pitch. Burgess winds and comes home. Fouled back to the screen. We'll do it again. 3 balls and 2 strikes on Peyton Prigge. Madison Carr on deck if the inning continues past Prigge.
And that there was another nice pitch from Burgess, and a good job of spoiling that by Prigge.
3 balls, 2 strikes, 2 gone. The pitch on its way home. Swung out and missed, strike 3. So Burgess gets a big strikeout of Prigge. We head to the 6th, a 4-1 lead for Utah Valley. Top of the 6th inning here at Wolverine softball field. A 4-1 lead for Utah Valley on top of Dixie State, as Shea Clements will get ready to lead it off for the Trailblazers. Clements, Crawford, and then first pitch to Clements in there for a called strike. Believe then it's going to be Miley Malatia, the sophomore third baseman. That one's foul, tipped in the glove for strike 2 by Shea Clements.
Well, she did not get cheated on that swing.
Devin Kretz, looking for win number 10, right now is in line to get that victory. That would put Kretz at a 10-10 record. The 0-2 pitch right there, missing for a ball. 1 ball and 2 strikes here on Kretz. Or sorry, not on Kretz, on Shea Clements. Be tough for Devin Kretz to pitch and hit at the same time.
Yes, it would.
The 1-2 pitch to Shea Clements. Swung out and missed, strike 3. And Devin Kretz has her 3rd strikeout of the afternoon. And we have 1 away in the 6th.
Well, that was a good pitch there. Just too hard to lay off when you're behind in the account there. You've got to protect a little bit and just swing and a miss, strike 3.
Casey Crawford stands in, a 1-for-2 ball game. There's a ground ball right to Emery Nielsen. She fires the first in time to get Crawford, and there's 2 away.
And a nice job there by Nielsen staying down on that ball. It was a hot shot to shortstop. She knew she had a little bit of time. She came up, made a nice, accurate throw.
And now we're going to have, as it will be Miley. It's going to be Miley
Maletta,
who will stand in and take strike one. She came in as a defensive replacement back in the 5th inning, at the top of the 5th inning. This is the first plate appearance here. Sometimes I guess you never really know what the re-entry rule in softball. The 0-1 pitch in there for a called strike, and it's 0-2.
Yeah, you don't know. You know, she comes in defensively, she still may not hit. You know, it's very interesting how that strategy works.
She may hit once and then come out of the ball game for the starter. And there's strike three, Devin Kretz. 2 strikeouts in the 6th. We head to the bottom of the 6th. Utah Valley looking for an insurance run or two. Coming up, Carr, Nielsen, and Query for Utah Valley. Bottom of the 6th inning for Utah Valley as Madison Carr will lead it off. Carr Nielsen will be the first 2 hitters for Utah Valley. Carissa Burgess looking to get 3 outs, and the biggest thing here, making sure that the Wolverines don't add any more insurance runs. A tough out here, Madison Carr to start. Carr shows bump, pulls it back to take ball 1.
Yeah, absolutely here. Burgess has done a really nice job for most of this game. She's only allowed 6 hits here, but the Wolverines have taken full advantage and been able to put up 4 runs.
The 1-0 pitch to Carr, again, kind of showing that kind of bunt style there. Pulls it back for ball 2. 2 balls and no strikes. Carr hitting .258 on the year. Burgess in the circle right here. Looking in to Shea Clements for the sign. And the 2-0 pitch in there. This time, Carr looked like to be swinging away, takes a strike.
Well, when you're ahead in the count like that, 2 balls and no strikes, you really are looking for a pitch in a certain zone, and that wasn't in the zone she wanted it in, and so she took that strike.
You can be very selective as a hitter ahead in the count. Here's the 2-1 pitch. Right back there to third. The throw in time, and Madison Carr's retired.
Well, and Maylee Maletta made that look easy, boy. She's quick over there at third base, and she bounced right on top of that, and she fired over to first base, made that look simple.
So with 1 gone, it will bring up Emery Nielsen. Nielsen has 2 hits on the afternoon for the Wolverines. A pair of singles. Both have been on the infield, but have been 2 base hits.
Yeah, absolutely. The 2 hits from her and the 2 hits from Prigge at the bottom of the lineup have been huge for the Wolverines today.
There's a toss from Anders at second base there to get Nielsen. And there's quickly 2 gone.
Anderson's quickness at second base has been impressive today. She's gotten to balls clear up the middle. She's gotten the balls clear over to her left. So she's really covered a lot of ground over there with a lot of speed and quickness.
And that's a tough, especially doing like a flip or a toss. In baseball, you have a little more time with the extra base pass. But
no, here you've got to get that out of your glove quickly. And when you're moving to your left and have to throw back kind of to your right, that's a difficult play.
Ball one to Beja Query, the catcher. Fly out, reached on a fielder's choice, and reached on an error. So an 0 for 3 afternoon for the Wolverine catcher. 1-0 pitch. Burgess comes home. There's a line drive to right, though. That's a hard hit softball for a base hit.
Absolutely. She stroked that ball. Took that pitch out over the outer half of the plate and just really went with it and drove it right in that hole. You really got to drive it to get it past Anders over there at second base. And so nice job. Nice piece of hitting, Beja Query.
Lena Robledo will be the hitter here. 2 walks and a strikeout. Most importantly, she scored 1 of the 4 runs in the third. It's been the only inning the Wolverines have pushed a run across. Pitch on its way, in there for a called strike, and it's 0-1. Carissa Burgess working in the circle. She's gone the distance for Dixie State here in game 1. The 0-1 pitch on its way. There's a line drive down the left field line and foul, so it'll be a long strike 2. Burgess wearing the face mask during the actual play, but during her warm-up tosses, she doesn't wear the face mask.
Well, you see that an awful lot in softball, actually. Those things aren't, I guess, the world's most comfortable. And so the girls throw their pitches usually without that and then put it on. And I think it's good because it scares me to death what could happen on a comebacker.
No balls and 2 strikes here. The pitch, fastball stays high. 1 ball and 2 strikes here on Robledo.
Now that last foul ball by Robledo, she really got out in front of that off speed, but it's really the first time the Wolverines have almost put that off speed pitch into play really today.
Here's the 1-2 pitch. Right off the plate for ball 2. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Height-wise, it looked like a strike, but
yeah, it was a little outside there, a little more maybe than it looks like for us, but good take there by Robledo.
2 balls, 2 strikes.
2 outs. 2s are wild.
Burgess ready to go right here. Looking in. And the pitch on its way home. Low ball 3. The count goes full. 3 balls and 2 strikes. So now, Beja Query running over at first base. She can take off with the pitch.
Yeah, and she'll be going all the way. And so anything extra bases here should score a run.
Here's a 3-2 pitch. On its way home. Popped up on the infield. Playable at short. The catch is made. We head to the 7th. A 4-1 lead. Last chance for Dixie State. They have 3 outs to work with here on the WAC Digital Network. Top of the 7th inning here in Orem. Last chance for Dixie State, as it will be 8, 9, and 1. Shaylee Jensen, Kirsten Quigley, and Hannah Hughbanks coming up against Devin Kretz. And the Trailblazers need 3 runs here to tie. They need 4 to take the lead. And the first pitch to Jensen's in there for a called strike, and it's 0-1. Jensen's been hit by a pitch and grounded to second on the afternoon.
Well, it's interesting here that Dixie doesn't go with a pinch hitter.
Sometimes you'll see just kind of change things up a little bit.
Yeah, absolutely. And also Shaylee Jensen, now she does have a 385 on base percentage, so she does a good job of getting herself on base, so I take that back. She just has not gotten a hit yet this year. She's in limited at bats.
Jensen there takes a 1-1 fastball for strike 2, and it's 1-2 on Shaylee Jensen.
And of course, like I say, it's very limited at bats for her. So
only 9 at bats all season.
Yeah. But she's done a nice job of getting on base. She's walked a couple of times, been hit by a pitch 4 times. So just does a nice job of getting herself aboard.
2 balls and 2 strikes, the count on Jensen.
And right now, that's absolutely the number one thing that Dixie wants is a runner on base.
A 2-2 pitch, fouled away. We'll do it again. 2 balls and 2 strikes here on Jensen.
And a nice job there by Jensen to just get a little piece of that pitch and spoil it as it was going to be a strike, and she just fought it off.
2 balls, 2 strikes here on Shaylee Jensen. Kretz ready to go, looks in and comes home. Jensen grounds this one to short. Emery Nielsen with it, throws to first, and Jensen's retired for the first out of the 7th.
Yeah, just a good solid defensive play there by Emery Nielsen right now. That's absolutely what you have to do, is be focused on the fundamentals, and she made a nice fundamental play moving to her left, came back through a strike over to Prigge and went away.
Kirsten Quigley will be the hitter, 0 for 2. Ground out to short, a pop out to first for the Dixie State shortstop. Swinging at the first pitch, Sandoval fields it in play and throws Quigley out at first for the second out of the inning.
Well, that's actually a nice job right there by Sandoval. She could have let that ball go and it would have gone foul, but in that situation, you're right there on top of it, you're close, you make that play, you have the confidence in your arm to make a nice throw over there, and just a great job by her of knowing the runner, knowing the situation, and firing a good shot over there to first base.
Hughbanks swings the first pitch, pops it up, but it will go foul for strike 1. 0-1 on Hannah Hughbanks. Hughbanks a tough out.
Well, Utah Valley still absolutely not out of the woods. I mean, now this top of this order is incredible. Hits for a lot of power, hits for a lot of average.
The 0-1 pitch missing for a ball. It's 1 ball and 1 strike. Kretz right here, ready to go. The pitch on its way. Missing for ball 2, 2 balls and a strike. Megan Anders on deck if the inning continues past Hughbanks. Right there. Here's the 2-1 pitch. That one looked a little low, and it is ball 3. Three balls and a strike here on Hughbanks. There's a fly ball out to left field coming in. Reboledo makes the catch, and the ball game is over. Utah Valley gets a big 4-1 win in Game 1. We will take a break. We'll be back with Game 2 here in about 30 minutes on the WAC Digital Network. Well, game number 2 here from the Wolverines softball field. Dixie State and Utah Valley. The Wolverines winning the first game by a 4-1 final. And they'll look to try to see here if they can come away with the sweep of the doubleheader. Dixie State trying to make sure they can keep pace. Currently, the Trailblazers were sitting just, I believe, about a half game out of first. In a third-place tie as the standings across the WAC kind of bunched up, so to speak, right now. But at this point, the loss will definitely kind of change some things for the Trailblazers. We're just getting ready to go. We'll go ahead and get lineups and that as we go. Ryan Pickens here with you for Game 2 as Hannah Eubanks gets ready to stand in. And we're going to get underway pretty quick here for Game number 2. As just about 2:30, we're set and ready to go right here. Hannah Eubanks leads it off in center field, followed by Megan Anders, the second baseman. Oakley Trapp, the designated player, hits third. Michaela Thompson, the first baseman, hits cleanup with Shay Clemens, the catcher, hitting fifth. Casey Crawford, the right fielder, will hit sixth. As Eubank is in the box, Katie Zuninga on the mound, and we're set and ready to go. First pitch in there for a called strike, and we're underway. Miley Malatea, the third baseman, hits in the seventh spot. Shaylee Jensen, the left fielder, hitting eighth. And then Kirsten Quigley, the shortstop, will round out and bat ninth for Dixie State. The 0-1 pitch missing low and outside for a ball. It's 1-1 strike. The count here on Hannah Eubank. Not many changes in either team's starting 9, except for the pitcher spot as Eubank there checks her swing, makes contact, and sends it foul. It'll be 1-2 strikes. The count on Hannah Eubank. Katie Zuninga on the year is 1-5 with a 4.23 ERA, making her 8th start. Does have a complete game on the season. Has gone 48 innings for the Wolverines. The 1-2 pitch on its way. Eubank hits one well to center field. Madison Carr back, and she'll make the catch on the warning track for the first out of the ball game right there. And that brings up second baseman Megan Anders. Defensively for Utah Valley, no real changes defensively with in the outfield, Lena Robledo in left field. In center field will be Madison Carr. In right will be Lainey Betancourt. On the infield, Sienna Sandoval at third. Emery Nilsson back at short. At second base, Kyla Hardy over at first. Peyton Periggi and Beja Query behind the plate here for Utah Valley. No balls and a strike. The count here on Megan Anders. The senior hitting .347. Swings and misses at the 0-1 pitch there, and it's quickly no balls and 2 strikes. Top of the first, Game 2 of this doubleheader. Wolverines softball field in Orem. The sun has come back out here as Anders pops this one up. Emery Nilsson will call off Sienna Sandoval and make the catch for the second out of the top of the first inning. And that's going to bring up the designated player, Oakley Trapp. Trapp 0 for 3 in Game 1 of this doubleheader. As Dixie State scored one in the top of the third, and that was the only run the Trailblazers would be able to push across. As Trapp takes the first pitch for ball 1. It's really a good pitching matchup in the first game between Devin Kretz for Utah Valley, who ends up taking the win in that one, and Carissa Burgess for Dixie State. The 1-0 pitch on its way home is misses low and inside for ball 2. 2 balls and no strikes. Makes you wonder if we won't see maybe Kretz or Carissa Burgess either in this game or if not tomorrow in the 11 a.m. finale. Our home plate umpire calling time here. 2 balls and no strikes to count on Oakley Trapp. The pitch on its way, and Trapp takes that one outside ball 3. And the count's 3 balls and no strikes here on Oakley Trapp. The middle part of the Dixie State lineup without a hit in Game 1. The 3, 4, and 5 hitters. Now one gets in there, 3-0. Trapp taking all the way. It's 3 balls and a strike here on Oakley Trapp. Dixie State, if you're just joining us, wearing the red and white. Utah Valley in the all gray. 3 balls and a strike. Zuninga comes in. Trapka, soft liner right to Sienna Sandoval, and down go the Trailblazers. 1-2-3 in the top of the first. Utah Valley coming up here on the WAC Digital Network. Bottom of the first inning here in Orem. Beja Query will lead it off for Utah Valley, followed by Lena Rebeledo. Sienna Sandoval, the third baseman, hits in a 3 spot. Ryan Milliken, the designated player, hits cleanup. It will be Kyla Hardy back in the 5 spot. Lainey Bettencourt will hit 6th. Peyton Prigge will hit 7th. Madison Carr 8th. And then Emery Nielsen will round out the order and bat 9th. The Wolverines will face the left-hander Ashton Bowerly. Bowerly 4-6 on the year, making her 14th start. Has 7 complete games for the Trailblazers with a 5.63 earned run average. So Beja Query in the box, ready to go for the Wolverines. The first pitch in there for a called strike. It's 0-1. Query was 1 for 4 in the first game for the Wolverines. Standing in here from the right side. Here's the 0-1 pitch on its way home. Missing outside in the opposite batter's box, and the count moves to 1 ball and 1 strike. Coming up at 3 o'clock on ESPN Plus, the Utah Valley women's soccer team will play for the conference championship. Pitch coming in. Query lines this one to right field. That's going to sit and roll over towards the warning track before it's cut off, and Beja Query's got herself a leadoff double to start the bottom of the first for the Wolverines. Driving the ball the opposite way and just finding the right spot there towards the line. Just a well-placed ball there for the Wolverine catcher. And a nice job for Utah Valley to start this ball game off with one batter, 1 extra base hit. As now Lena Robeledo will come to the plate from the right side. Robeledo, 5 home runs, 28 runs batted in on the year. Stands in from the right side. The pitch there, she kind of chased and she knew it, kind of instantly going, oh man, I offered at that one, and there would be no balls and a strike here on Robeledo. Bowerly, the left-hander, working in the circle for Dixie State. The pitch on its way. That one settles in there for a ball, and the count evens up at 1 ball and 1 strike. The wind continuing to cause some problems here at Wolverine softball field. As I'm pretty sure throughout the day it's blown in from every direction possible. As Robeledo swings and misses there, it's 1 ball and 2 strikes. We've had it blow in, we've had it blow out. About maybe the only thing we haven't had is it blow maybe foul line to foul line, but the better yet thing is, no wind at all. Here's the 1-2 pitch. That one swung on and fouled away. We'll have another 1-2 pitch coming here momentarily. Dixie State defensively in the outfield. Shaylee Jensen's in left. Hannah Eubanks is in center. Casey Crawford's in right. On the infield, Miley Malatea is at third. Kirsten Quigley is at short. Megan Anders at second with Michaela Thompson at first. The 1-2 pitch missing for a ball. And it's 2 balls and 2 strikes here on Lena Robledo. And then catching is Shea Clements, the sophomore. 2 balls and 2 strikes the count. The pitch on its way home is lined right into the Utah Valley dugout. Look out, a couple of Wolverines quickly dashing out of the way there, that line drive. That one came right there over by head coach Stacy Mae Johnson, and then a couple of other, I think it was Kyla Hardy, a couple other Wolverines who were getting ready to go into the on-deck circle, quickly moving out of the way. The 2-2 pitch misses outside, ball 3. The count runs full, 3 balls and 2 strikes on Lena Robledo. Bowerly ready to come home, the 3-2 pitch, fouled back again, and we'll do it all over again here. 3 balls and 2 strikes. Working right here. Ashton Bowerly in the circle, looks in, comes home, 3-2 pitch. Fouled off again. So right now, Robledo making Ashton Bowerly work right here with the 3-2 count, fouling off a couple of pitches right here. Here's the 3-2 again. Change up, this time fouled back to the screen again. So a nice at bat here for Robledo and Utah Valley as they try to see right here if Utah Valley can extend the at bat here and get some offense going here early on. The Wolverines scoring all 4 of their runs in game 1 in the 3rd inning of the first game. There's a ground ball to second. Anders up with it. She'll throw over to first in time to retire Robledo, but Query able to move down to third. That will bring up Sienna Sandoval. So Sandoval here with an opportunity. Doesn't need a base hit to get the run home. Beja Query with good speed at third. A fly ball to the outfield or a ground ball up the middle to the middle infield potentially would get the run home. The corners for Dixie State, though, going to play in. Sandoval ready to go. The pitch on its way. This one's over for a called strike, and it's 0-1 on Sienna Sandoval. Bowerly, if she can work through this inning with keeping the leadoff double from Beja Query off the board from scoring, that would be a big help to this Trailblazer team. This one's popped up in play, trying to get there, but just running out of room. In fact, it was just out of play right there. But down in the count, 0-2 is Sienna Sandoval. Sandoval hitting .309 on the year. 1 for 3 in game 1. No balls and 2 strikes, the count right here, and the pitch on its way. Sandoval swings and pops this one up. Going into the outfield, Hughbanks coming in right center field, makes the catch, fires home a one-hopper to the plate, and Beja Query will have to stay at third base. So kind of just what you wanted if you're Ashton Bowerly and Dixie State. And now it doesn't get any easier, though, with Ryan Milliken at the plate. With 2 outs here in the bottom of the first inning, Milliken tries to see if she can give Utah Valley a 1-0 lead. Bowerly comes home to Milliken, first pitch. Missing for ball 1, 1 ball and no strikes. With the win in game 1, Milliken hits that one out to right field. Under it, though, and making the catch in right is Crawford, and the Wolverines go down with leaving the runner at third base. We've reached the end of 1. No score between Dixie State and Utah Valley here on the WAC Digital Network. Top of the second inning here in Orem. Michaela Thompson will lead it off here for Dixie State. The cleanup hitter for the Trailblazers, looking to try to see they can get some offense going here in the top of the second. The first pitch, fastball, stays high and away for ball one. Thompson, Shea Clements, and then Casey Crawford. 4, 5, and 6 coming up here for Dixie State in the second inning. Zuinga ready to go on its way home, and that one stays high and outside for a ball. 2 balls and no strikes the count here on Michaela Thompson. Well, baseball up in the, I believe, top of the 7th inning, trying to close out Tarleton in game 1 of their doubleheader. The 2-0 pitch. Thompson pops this one up into shallow right field. Straightaway right field, and the catch is made out there by Bettencourt. And there's one gone here in the second inning. Women's soccer getting ready to play at the top of the hour. Plays Seattle in the WAC championship for women's soccer up in, playing that one down in Phoenix at Grand Canyon University. As Shea Clements will stand in. The automatic bid, I believe, for the WAC on the line in that one. First pitch misses high and away. Seattle getting the best of Utah Valley a year ago in the conference championship game up in Seattle. So the Wolverines trying, guess you could say, to get revenge off last year's loss, but here's the 1-0 pitch. Clement shows bunt, lays it down. Zuinga going to field it, throws to first, not going to be in time to get Clements right there as the ball gets away from Kyla Hardy, but Bettencourt right there to back it up. And Dixie State has the leadoff hitter on, has their first base runner, not the leadoff hitter. And right fielder Casey Crawford will come to the plate. Crawford ready to stand in here from the left side in a lefty versus lefty matchup. Zuinga comes in first pitch. Crawford out in front, swings through it. No balls and a strike to count here on Crawford. Ready to go, the pitch, fouled back, we'll do it again. No balls and 2 strikes this time. Right here. For Utah Valley, an opportunity with a win here in this one to clinch at least a series win. Right here, there's a ground ball to first, and Prigge will field it. And they're going to push the runner back to first. Right there, the hitter, it looks like, is going to be out. And now it's going to bring up Miley Milletta will come to the plate, the third baseman. So the hitter's out, as that was strike one is offered at there. I'm trying to think here of what it's going to be. I've never, unless they're just going to say, hey, they just try to concede the out there by not really running down the first baseline. The 0-1 pitch misses for a ball, evens the count up 1-1. That's the only thing I can kind of figure by looking at it, is that when the runner just kind of stopped running, it really was making Peyton Prigge come towards the hitter. 1-1 pitch swung through a miss, makes the count 1-2. They've also moved the runner that would have advanced to second back to first, and I don't know if it's some kind of batter interference or something like that. It wouldn't generally be happening, but right there they'll move the runner back to first. Here's the 1-2 pitch, swung on and missed, strike 3. Katie Zuninga gets the strikeout to end the inning. We head to the bottom of the second. No score, Dixie State and Utah Valley. Bottom of the second inning here in Orem. Kyla Hardy will lead it off for Utah Valley. We'll go Hardy, Bettenker, and Prigge, 5, 6, and 7 for Utah Valley against Ashton Bowerly here in the second. No score between Dixie State and Utah Valley. The left-hander, Bowerly, will get ready to work in the circle here. Ready to go. Bowerly comes home, and Hardy fouls the first pitch away. No balls and a strike here on Kyla Hardy. Well, a nice day here, at least no rain, but the wind causing some problems, at least for some of the fans if you're sitting anywhere elevated. It's the 0-1 pitch on its way. Hardy takes a fastball high. Count moves to 1 ball and 1 strike on Kyla Hardy. Game 3 of this series will be played tomorrow morning at 11 a.m. First pitch here from Wolverine softball field. We'll wrap up here, the 1-1 pitch right on the outside corner for a ball. It's 2 balls and a strike. They'll be wrapping up the series the same time as baseball will wrap up their series tomorrow with Tarleton. They'll also have an 11 a.m. first pitch from doTERRA Field at UCCU Ballpark. Here's the 2-1 pitch right on the outside corner, but right on the outside part of the plate, but misses for a ball. 3-1. Bowerly looking in. Here's a 3-1 pitch to Hardy. Ground ball to second. Anders bobbles it, recollects it, and throws out Kyla Hardy for the first out here in the second inning. And that will bring up Lainey Bettenker. Bettenker, the right fielder, starting in her second straight ball game. Bettenker in game 1 was 0 for 3, but did have an RBI. So Bettenker will get ready to stand in. Right here, we got underway just about 2:30 or so for game 2 of this doubleheader, so kind of right on schedule. The first pitch gets in there for a called strike from Ashton Bowerly. No balls and a strike on Lainey Bettenker. The 0-1 pitch on its way. Misses high for a ball. 1 ball and 1 strike here on Bettenker. Ready to go right here. Here's the 1-1 pitch. Swung on and missed. Strike 2. It's 1-2 on Lainey Bettenker. Bowerly looks in. Ready to go. The 1-2 to Bettenker on its way. Misses outside, ball 2. 2-2. Bettenker standing in. Outfield pretty much straight up here for Dixie State. The pitch on its way. Bettenker pops this one up. It's going to get out of play, back onto the tennis courts. Do it again. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Talk about for Utah Valley, the Sunday was what I can only really assume potentially was a set-up travel day for the Wolverines, as the 2-2 pitch misses for ball 3, 3-2. Wolverines head off to Boise State for a doubleheader on Monday. But now, they'll be in action, at least playing early at 11. Allow them to, if they are traveling tomorrow, allows them plenty of time to get up to Boise. Here's a 3-2 pitch. Bettencourt drives one through the middle up into center field. Diving is Eubanks. She'll cut it off, and Bettencourt is on second with a double. So a nice job from Lainey Bettencourt. A double to essentially what's going to be close to right center field. Hannah Eubanks making a sliding stop just to kind of cut it off to make sure it doesn't get any further. And Lainey Bettencourt uses her speed to get to second base. And now with one gone, here's Peyton Prigge. Now there's a Wolverine up at the plate right now. You probably want it to be Peyton Prigge. 2 for 3 in game 1 for the Wolverine first baseman. First pitch on its way. Prigge lifts one on the infield. Anders will catch the pop fly for the second out of the second inning. So with 2 gone, here's Madison Carr. Carr will stand in from the left side. And we'll see here Stacy Mae Johnson talking with one of her assistants in the first base coach's box. And it will be Madison Carr. I wasn't sure if we have a pinch hitter or situation, but maybe just going over something. Carr shows bunt, fouls it back. Be no balls and a strike on Madison Carr. This is the second time that Utah Valley in 2 innings has had a runner on at least his second base with less than 2 outs. The Wolverines in the first had a leadoff double, but weren't able to get the run to come in to score. Here's the 0-1 pitch. Carr takes a pitch up and away for a ball, evens the count up at 1-1. Here's the 1-1 pitch on its way to Carr. And that one gets in there, called strike just at the knees. And it's 1 ball and 2 strikes. 2 outs here in the bottom of the second inning. Here from Wolverine Field. Here's the 1-2 pitch on its way. Carr slaps this one down the left field line, but foul. Off the bat, it looked like it may have had a chance to stay fair, but it just kind of kept hooking and ended up being well foul. 1 ball and 2 strikes the count here with 2 gone. Here in the bottom of the second inning. Bowerly in the circle, ready to go. The pitch on its way home. And Carr again spoils this one foul as she hits it on the ground over towards the Dixie State dugout. The left-hander, Bowerly, working in the circle right here. Here's the 1-2 pitch on its way. That pitch stays high for ball 2. 2 balls and 2 strikes on Madison Carr. A good-sized crowd has come out here to Wolverine Field for this one. Two balls and 2 strikes the count. Pitch on its way. Carr takes outside. Count runs full. 3 balls and 2 strikes on Madison Carr. So we've seen this a couple of times where Utah Valley today, even going back to game 1, has done a nice job of being able to maybe be down in the count originally and then fight their way back. We'll see what happens here. The 3-2 pitch on its way. Outside ball 4. So Madison Carr draws a walk after being down in the count 0-2. And now it will be Emery Nielsen will be the hitter. With 2 outs, Nielsen had, I believe, was 2 for 3 in game 1 for the Wolverines as well. So a good opportunity right there to kind of see what happens. Nielsen standing in from the left side. And the pitch on its way. Bunt shown, pulls it back. Takes ball 1. 1 ball and no strikes. Wolverines with runners at first and second with 2 gone. Laney Bettencourt running at second base. Madison Carr running over at first. Bowerly ready to go. Here's the 1-0 pitch. Swung on a miss. Strike 1. Emery Nielsen just swinging through. I believe the fastball coming from there from Bowerly. It'd be easier if we were being behind home plate to tell kind of what pitches were coming. So I apologize to those at home as the 1-1 pitch misses for a ball. 2 balls and a strike. It's hard to see whether it was a necessary curveball or slider or any kind of movement. Too much movement, really. Really, you can just tell whether it's up or down. Here's the 2-1 pitch. Nielsen swings, hits it into shallow center field. Hughbanks will call off. Everyone makes the catch, and the second inning comes to an end. We head to the third. No score between Dixie State and Utah Valley here on the WAC Digital Network. Top of the third inning right here as we get ready to. Shaylee Jensen swinging at the first pitch and sends this one well foul over out towards UCCU ballpark here in Orem, as it will be 8-9-1. Shaylee Jensen, Kirsten Quigley, and Hannah Hughbanks coming up. It's the 0-1 count here to Shaylee Jensen. She takes there outside for a ball, 1-1. Jensen had a good, a couple of nice defensive plays in that first game. 0 for 2 at the plate, but made a nice diving catch out in left field as Zuninga there comes with the curve or the changeup that misses for a ball. It's 2-1 here on Shaylee Jensen. Ready to go right here. Here's the 2-1 pitch. Jensen takes outside. Ball 3, and it's 3-1 the count here on Shaylee Jensen. Both teams looking to try to see if they can get some base runners here in the third inning. It was the third inning of game 1 where all 5 of our runs were scored. The pitch on its way, misses outside. Ball 4 to Shaylee Jensen, who's aboard. I believe that's the first walk allowed by Katie Zuninga. And now it will bring up Kirsten Quigley, the shortstop. We're going to get another softball from the Utah Valley dugout as Beja Query comes out to have a conversation. Now our home plate umpire will go out and try to break up the visit there to the circle. Stacy Mae Johnson now out, but she hasn't crossed the line yet, so she's just given some instructions here with Quigley at the plate. So Kirsten Quigley ready to stand in from the left side. Hannah Hughbanks, the center fielders, on deck. So a big hitter here for Utah Valley to try to get an out. That one bunted foul by Kirsten Quigley. I don't know if you want to see Quigley hit here with runners on base. Or sorry, not Quigley, sorry, Hughbanks hit with a couple of runners on base. You'd rather just limit one of the hottest hitters in this Dixie State lineup to just being able to hit with one. The 0-1 pitch. Quigley bunts it foul for strike 2. And it's no balls and 2 strikes here on Kirsten Quigley. Quigley in game 1 was 0 for 3 for Dixie State. Here's the 0-2 pitch. Bunt shown. Sienna Sandoval charges, throws to first, but threw it down the line. Coming around second, they're going to put the brakes on Jensen at third. Going to second is Quigley, and Dixie State here in the third with a couple of runners in scoring position now with nobody out. And Hannah Hughbanks will be coming to the plate. So Hughbanks will stand in from the left side. It'll be a sacrifice and then an E5 on the throw, the first Utah Valley error of the ball game. And now it looks like they're going to walk Hughbanks here with first base open. In softball, they have to throw the 4 pitches still. So they'll intentionally put on Hughbanks here to load the bases. And Megan Anders will be the hitter. So Anders will come to the plate. In game 1, Anders 0 for 1 popped out to third. But Anders was 2 for 2 in game 1. So Utah Valley definitely playing maybe a percentage game here, so to speak, as Anders stands in from the left side in this lefty versus lefty matchup, but they do allow the force out at any base, including home plate here. First pitch, ground ball. Prigge tries to make a diving play. It's fair. Jensen scores. Quigley scores. The throw comes in as Hughbanks gets to third, and then Anders into second with a double. It's 2-0 Dixie State. Prigge tried to make a diving play and just didn't come up with it. Nothing to really hold against Peyton Prigge there. She went full extension on the dive, just wasn't able to come up with it. And now 2 runs in, still nobody out, and here is Oakley Trapp, the designated player. First base open again here for Dixie State. Time call looks like maybe a softball. Maybe coming from the bullpen. As Utah Valley has a couple of arms running down there just in case, as the first pitch misses low to Oakley Trapp for ball 1. Trapp lined out to Sienna Sandoval back in in Trapp's first plate appearance of the ball game. Here's the 1-0 pitch. Low for ball 2. 2 balls and no strikes. The count on Oakley Trapp. Michaela Thompson, the first baseman, on deck. Zuninga comes home, the 2-0 pitch. And this time missing low, ball 3, and now it's 3-0 on Oakley Trapp. Ready to go right here, the 3-0. And now it's Trapp's taking all the way for a called strike. And it's 3-1 on Oakley Trapp. Zuninga, the left-hander, laboring here in the 3rd. Still looking for the first out. Comes home. Trapp fouls this one off over towards the UVU dugout. Here's the 3-2 pitch. Zuninga in the circle, ready to go. And the pitch to Trapp on its way, misses high and away. Ball 4, and the bases are full for the Trailblazers. And you have Michaela Thompson coming to the plate. Thompson flew out in her first plate appearance. And we're going to have a pitching change here at UVU. We will take a break. We come back. We'll get the new pitcher and get everything ready to go. Nobody out. Bases full of Trailblazers here on the WAC Digital Network. New pitcher in the circle for Utah Valley. Number 10, Casey Jensen, taking over. And the first pitch to Michaela Thompson, missing for ball 1. 1 ball and no strikes, the count here on Michaela Thompson. Bases loaded, full of Trailblazers here. In the top of the 3rd, 2 runs in. Thompson right back, hit off Jensen. The ball's on the infield, and Jensen, everybody will reach base. Utah Valley quickly going to check out Casey Jensen. That one just came right back. There was really no defense there for Jensen to really do anything. The athletic trainer coming out as well to make sure that Jensen's okay right there, and that's a tough just line drive that came right back. And it looks like it hit her shoulder. Came up. You want to try to get the glove up there as best you can, but just not able to be able to. As our home plate umpire and athletic trainer all making sure that Jensen's okay. On the year, Casey Jensen's thrown 15 innings for Utah Valley, 1-0 on the year. She'll throw a couple of pitches here just to make sure. It'll be 3-0 Trailblazers as Thompson gets an RBI single back to the pitcher. Scoring Hughbanks from third, Anders to second, Hughbanks scores from third, Anders goes from second to third, and advancing is Michaela Thompson is Oakley Trapp from first to second. So Shea Clements will be the hitter, nobody out here. As Utah Valley making sure they're okay and ready to go right here. So nobody out. Casey Jensen appears to be good to continue. Shea Clements making her way into the batter's box right here. They've just gotten underway, by the way, in Phoenix for Seattle U and Utah Valley for women's soccer. Clements stands in, the first pitch on its way. Misses for ball one ball and no strikes to Shea Clements. Clements singled back to the pitcher in her first plate appearance. Oh, kind of like a, if I remember correctly, kind of like a bunt, just kind of swinging single back to the pitcher. 1 ball, 1 strike to count here on Shea Clements. Ready to go, Jensen in the circle. Comes home with the 1-1 pitch. That one's high for ball 2. 2 balls and a strike. Here's the 2-1 pitch on its way home. Clements takes that one outside, ball 3. 3 balls and a strike. Utah Valley has another right-hander throwing in the Wolverine bullpen here in the top of the third. The 3-1 pitch from Jensen. Clements rolls it foul over towards the third base coach's box here. The count runs full, 3 balls and 2 strikes. Jensen comes home, the 3-2 misses, low, ball 4. That will score Anders from third. It's 4-0 Dixie State. As Casey Crawford will be the hitter. Still nobody out here in the top of the 4th inning. Crawford grounded out to Peyton Prigge in the first, and there she sends one foul to the screen. No balls and a strike. Crawford was the hitter that I believe rolled one kind of down the first baseline with Shea Clements running at first. And there's a rule in softball where if the base runner retreats back heading towards first base, it's considered kind of a dead ball. The hitter's out, and the runner then has to move back to the previous bases. So 1 ball, 1 strike here on Casey Crawford. And the pitch on its way. Crawford hits this one well out to left center field. Madison Carr is going to run back, and that's gone. A grand slam for Casey Crawford, and it will clear the bases. It's 8-0 Trailblazers here in the third. On the year for Crawford, that is going to be the first home run for Casey Crawford. And we'll have, I believe, a pitching change here for Utah Valley. I'm not 100% sure, but there's definitely a change that's going to be made right here. Dixie State has Miley Maleta will be the hitter. We're going to have a new pitcher coming in for Utah Valley. We'll take a break. When we come back, Dixie State will be up. The Trailblazers lead 8-0 here on the WAC Digital Network. New pitcher for Utah Valley. It's going to be number 3, Jordan Adams. Adams is throwing just a little over 10 innings on the year for Utah Valley. And the first pitch on its way misses low for ball 1. Miley Maleta will be the hitter. Struck out in her first plate appearance back in the second inning. The 9th hitter to come to the plate here in the inning for Dixie State. Here's the 1-0 pitch. Stays high for ball 2. 2 balls and no strikes. An 8-run third inning. Dixie State 8 runs on 3 hits and 1 Utah Valley error, at least so far. Here's the 2-0 pitch on its way. That one stays high, ball 3. 3 balls and no strikes. The count here on Miley Maleta. Ready to go right here. Here's the 3-0 pitch on its way. In there, called strike. And the count moves to 3-1. Jordan Adams, number 3. Ready to go right here. Home plate umpire calling a quick time or. Jordan Adams, a junior from Gig Harbor, Washington. That one's hit down the left field line, but foul. The count goes full 3-2. Adams, a transfer from Northwest Nazarene. Stands in, ready to go. Here in the circle. Here's the 3-2 pitch. Right there, ball 4, and Maleta will walk here. And now that will turn the lineup back to Shaylee Jensen. So Jensen walked. That started the inning here in the 3rd. Adams in the circle, ready to go. First pitch to Jensen. In there for a called strike, 0-1. Jensen walked and then came around to score. Really outside the grand slam off the bat of Casey Crawford. That was the big hit here in the inning for Dixie State. Here's the 0-1 pitch. Jensen in the box takes the called strike 2, and it's 0-2 here on Shaylee Jensen. Running over at first base, Maletta, who walked. Here's the 0-2 pitch. Adams comes home. That one missing outside for a ball. And it's 1 ball and 2 strikes, the count on Shaylee Jensen. Due up for the Wolverines in the bottom of the third. They'll have the top of the lineup. And the Wolverines will have some work to do. Here's the 1-2 pitch on its way. Jensen swings, hits this one to right. Going back, Bettenker up against the wall, makes the catch. And there's 1 gone here in the third. And that will bring up the shortstop, Kirsten Quigley. Quigley hit a ball, had attempted to sacrifice, but then ended up reaching first base and advanced to second on a throwing error. Quigley would come around to score. The pitch on its way taken for a called strike, 0-1. So Jordan Adams giving Dixie State a little bit of a different look right here, able to get that first out of the third inning. Adams ready to come home, the 0-1 pitch, and that one's going to be hit through the middle into center field by Quigley. She just shortened her swing, made contact, and lined it back up the middle. So Quigley's aboard, and here that moves Maletta to second, and here is Megan Anders. Anders had a double down the right field line in her first plate appearance. Pitch on its way, missing for ball 1. 1 ball and no strikes here on Hannah Hubank. And that one's taken low for a ball. 2 balls and no strikes. Hubank has flown out and then it was intentionally walked. Megan Anders is on deck. Here's the 2-0 pitch on its way. Fastball over for a called strike. And it's 2 balls and a strike here on Anders. Adams ready to go in the circle. The 2-1 pitch is going to be hit down the left field line. Fair or foul? It's going to be fair. Coming around third, Maletta is going to try to score. The runners took a wide turn at first and second, but they'll hold. It's 9-0 Dixie State on a long RBI single from Hannah Hubank. Quigley advances to second. Maletta comes in to score, and Megan Anders will come in to hit, and I think we're going to have a pitching change here again in the third inning. And we will have a pitching change. We'll go ahead and take a break. We'll come back, get the new pitcher for you here on the WAC Digital Network. Dixie State 9, Utah Valley 0. New pitcher on for Utah Valley. It's right-hander Brooke Carter. who will go to work here for the Wolverines. And Megan Anders will lead it off. And the first pitch missing for ball 1 to Anders. Carter on the season, 3-5, 36 innings pitched. For the right-hander, a 6.68 ERA. The 1-0 pitch on its way home from Carter. That one gets in there for a called strike, and it's 1-1 here on Megan Anders. Anders in the inning, a double down the right field line to bring home 2 runs. Previously here in the third, and then it's also popped out to third. The 1-1 pitch missing low for a ball, and it's 2 balls and a strike here on Anders. Brooke Carter ready to go. Comes home, the 2-1, swings and misses. Does Anders, and it's 2 balls and 2 strikes. Well, they're in the 15th minute in the WAC Women's Soccer Championships down in Phoenix. No score between Seattle U and UVU. The top 2 seeds in action there. The 2-2 pitch misses for ball 3, and the count goes full 3-2. That one's on ESPN Plus. Three balls and 2 strikes the count here on Anders. Carter looks in. Here's the 3-2 pitch. Called strike 3, and Anders goes down. The second out of the inning. The first strikeout for Brooke Carter. And now that will bring up Oakley Trapp. Trapp has lined out to third and walked on the afternoon. Brooke Carter on the mound. Or in the circle, I should say. So first pitch missing low for a ball. 1 ball and no strikes. The count here on Brooke Carter. Carter, a sophomore from Spanish Fork, Utah, Spanish Fork High School, and started her college career at Salt Lake Community College. So the 1-0 pitch misses low for a ball. 2 balls and no strikes. I believe it was a couple of years ago, Brooke Carter actually threw, I think, the first no-hitter in UVU history. Had that a perfect game. Here's the 2-0 pitch. Misses outside, ball 3. Count goes full, 3 balls and no strikes. Beja Query will go out and have a word here with Carter. Home plate umpire immediately kind of walking out to the circle. Right here. Of course, this week, exciting week for Utah Valley as they hired a new men's soccer coach, signing, I shouldn't say signing like a free agent, but hiring Kyle Beckerman from the former U.S. national team player and MLS player with Real Salt Lake, just up the road out of Sandy. So be an exciting moment for Utah Valley men's soccer. The 3-0 pitch in there for a called strike, and it's 3-1. Whenever you hire a new coach, kind of an exciting moment, kind of potentially gives a program, a jump start and maybe some new energy into the program. New ideas, new ways of doing stuff. The 3-1 pitch fouled back, and the count goes full. 3 balls and 2 strikes, the count on Oakley Trapp. And nothing to take away from the job that Greg Moss did with UVU men's soccer. Did a great job kind of building that program. The 3-2 pitch on its way. Ground ball hit to first. Nope, Kyla Hardy, the second baseman, has it. She'll throw to first in time, and the inning's over. The damage is done, however, by Dixie State. The Trailblazers come back with 9 runs in the top of the third. We head to the bottom of the third. Dixie State leads 9-0. Bottom of the third inning here at Wolverine Softball Field in Orem. Top of the lineup coming up for Utah Valley. The Wolverines with some work to do. Beja Query will lead it off, followed by Lena Robledo and then Sienna Sandoval. Ashton Bowerly comes home. First pitch, grounded to third. A throw across the diamond in time, one gone. Utah Valley really needing some base runners here, and they have some work to do. Trailing by 9. They're not going to be able to get all 9 back with one swing of the bat, so it's really going to take getting some base runners, moving those base runners around the base paths, maybe getting a nice double in the gap here and there. Bowerly working from the circle. And Robledo takes strike one. Robledo hitting .345 on the year, 0 for 1 in this game. Ground out to second. Here's the 0-1 pitch. That one missing away. The count evens up at 1 ball and 1 strike. Sienna Sandoval, third baseman, would hit next against Bowerly. Working here from the circle here. Here's the 1-1 pitch. On its way home. Swung on, hit into right field. Coming on strong, diving and not able to come up with it in right is Crawford. Robledo going for third. The throw offline, and Utah Valley with a runner in scoring position. Crawford made a diving attempt, just a full-on dive to try to come up with it. The ball bounced and it kind of kicked off the glove, and then it kind of kicked off towards the Utah Valley bullpen, and that allowed Robledo there to get all the way to third. So that's kind of the way you want to get something started if you're Utah Valley, with Sienna Sandoval coming to the plate. Is it really is going to start with a hit here and a hit there. RBI opportunity for Sandoval, who's flown out to center on the afternoon. Takes ball 1 here. Ryan Milliken, the designated player, on deck. Ashton Bowerly, the left-hander, working in the circle for Dixie State. Here's the 1-0 pitch from Bowerly, and that one gets in there for a called strike, evens the count up at 1 ball and 1 strike. Bowerly ready to go, has the sign, comes home, the 1-1 pitch. Sandoval hits it out to right at Crawford. She'll make the play. Robledo tags and slides in safely at home, and the Wolverines are on the board. A sacrifice fly brings home the game's first run for Utah Valley, and that will bring up designated player Ryan Milliken. Well, if you're Utah Valley, you have to start somewhere, and right there, maybe getting 1 across the board. We'll try to see if they can maybe chip away at that 9-run, or that now 8-run deficit here in the third. Milliken stands in, is flown out to right. There's a changeup that's over for a called strike, and it's 0-1 on Ryan Milliken. Milliken, the first game was 0 for 1, but had a pair of walks. Here's the 0-1 pitch. That one low. Nice stop by Clements behind the plate. The count stays 1 ball and 1 strike. Bottom of the third inning, a 9-1 lead for Dixie State. Bowerly, changeup in there, strike 2. And Milliken down in the count, 1 ball and 2 strikes. Ready to go here, the pitch on its way. Milliken swings, hits a sky-high fly ball to left towards the line. Making the catch is Jensen, and the inning is over. But Utah Valley gets 1 back. We head to the 4th, 9-1. Dixie State on top of Utah Valley. Top of the fourth inning here in Orem. And Michaela Thompson will stand in to lead it off for Dixie State. Brooke Carter will try to go in for her second inning of work here. Not even. Hasn't gone a full inning in relief quite yet. Michaela Thompson 1 for 2, a fly out to right, and a single back to the pitcher. First pitch misses away for ball 1 to Michaela Thompson. Dixie State they might be 5-5 now. They're 5-5 after the game 1 loss. The 1-0 pitch missing for a ball. It's 2 balls and a strike. When you look at Dixie State, what they have after this weekend doesn't get any easier for the Trailblazers, as that one's popped up behind home plate, but it's going to go foul, hit off the netting. Dixie State next weekend at home. They'll get a weekend series with New Mexico State. Then they'll go to Seattle to end conference play. They'll do a midweek game with Utah State and BYU to close out their regular season, as that one gets the backstop for ball 3. 3-1 the count on Michaela Thompson. But really for Dixie State, these next 3 weekends are really important weekends, especially when it comes to seeding for the conference tournament. 4 teams will qualify for the WAC softball tournament, which I believe this year is held in Seattle. 3-1 pitch, fouled back. I'm sure it'll be some kind of double elimination, 1 versus 4 format, 2 versus 3. Kind of similar to what you would see in an NCAA regional. Or at least that's what makes sense in my mind, with only having the 4 teams. Here's the 3-2 pitch. Outside, ball 4. So Michaela Thompson is aboard with a leadoff walk here in the 4th inning. They'll bring up catcher Shea Clements. So Clements will stand in from the right side. Base hit for Clements and a walk. Came around to score a run in the 3rd inning. Swings the first pitch here and hits one high and foul for strike 1. No balls and a strike here on Shea Clements. Brooke Carter, the right-hander, working right here. In the circle, comes home. The pitch popped up down. Emery Nielsen runs it down in shallow left field, throws back to first. The throw's offline. But a heads-up play. Emery Nielsen, not an easy ball to run down, but she's able to run it down just on maybe 3 steps onto the outfield grass. Makes a heads-up throw back to first base, but it was going to be kind of tough to double off Michaela Thompson. And here is right fielder Casey Crawford. Crawford is grounded out and then also hit the grand slam back in the 3rd. That was really the big hit for Dixie State back in that 9-run 3rd inning. It's ball 1 there to Crawford. There's a grand slam hit to just a couple of feet to the left of center field. Here's the 1-0 pitch on its way home. That one settles in low for a ball. And it's 2 balls and a strike, the count here on Casey Crawford. Carter ready to go. In the circle, the 2-0 pitch. Crawford checks the swing, stays high for ball 3. Checks her swing and ready to go. Carter looking in here, the 3-0 pitch. See if Crawford's taking all the way. That's low, ball 4. So first, runners on at 1st and 2nd here for Dixie State. And Miley Maletta will be the hitter, the player playing 3rd for Dixie State. And we'll see what pitch on its way in there, called strike. we'll see what kind of run rule, or not run rule, sorry, but we'll see how far Brooke Carter is able to go in this one for the Wolverines. They have a couple of pitchers kind of getting loose down still in the bullpen. It was in there for a called strike, and it's 0-2 on Milletta. Carter ready to come home. The pitch. Swung out and missed. Strike 3. Big strikeout there from Brooke Carter. Her second of the game, and that will bring up left fielder Shaylee Jensen. Jensen walked and then flown out to right. Both of her plate appearances coming back in the third inning. And there, Jensen takes a strike 1. Carter takes a long look in to get the sign. The 0-1 pitch. Swung out and missed. Strike 2, and it's quickly no balls and 2 strikes here on Shaylee Jensen. An 8-run rule after 5 is in effect here in NCAA softball. Here's the 0-2 pitch. Jensen fouls it back. We'll have another 0-2 pitch coming up. On deck, it's Kirsten Quigley. Here's the 0-2 pitch. Jensen offers, misses, strike 3. And the top of the 4th comes to an end. Brooke Carter with 2 strikeouts in the top of the 4th. We go to the bottom of the 4th. Wolverines trail 8-1. Bottom of the 4th inning in Orem. Ashton Bowerly back to work in the circle for Dixie State. Bowerly 4-6 on the year with 1 save and just a little over 77, maybe put her just a little bit over 80 innings pitched so far this season. Kyla Hardy to lead it off. Hardy, Bettencourt, and Prigge coming up for Utah Valley. And the pitch on its way in there, called strike 1 to Kyla Hardy. Hardy grounded to second back in her first plate appearance in the 2nd. Lainey Bettencourt on deck. Here's the 0-1 pitch to Hardy. Changeup off the plate and low. Ball 1. 1 ball and 1 strike. Well, if you're Utah Valley, trying to get some base runners, try to see you have some time. If you can at least get 1 or 2 on the board to get into that 8-run rule. And Hardy there, lines one into right center field. That's a good way to start. Kyla Hardy with a base hit to right center field. And that will bring up Lainey Bettencourt. Bettencourt had a double back in the 2nd to right center field, but then got stranded on the base paths. Utah Valley with some early opportunities in this one to try to get a couple of runs pushed across, as it was Beja Query led off the bottom of the first inning with a double down the right field line, but then got stranded over at third base. Lainey Bettencourt, a one-out double in the second, as she takes a called strike there on the first pitch. Bettencourt doubled to right center field, but then she got stranded over at third base. Sorry, at second. It was first and second for when the inning ended for Utah Valley in the second. That one settles in just low and away. Count evens up at 1-1 strike. The Wolverines with 3 runners left on base. But the big story was just the 9-run third inning from Dixie State. Trailblazers really taking advantage. Bettencourt fouls that one off. We 1-2 strikes the count here on Bettencourt. Utah Valley won the first game of this doubleheader today, 4-1. Dixie State holds on to win this one. The 1-2 pitch in the dirt for ball 2. 2-2 strikes. It would set up game 3 tomorrow morning. It'll be an 11 a.m. first pitch here from Wolverine Field, and they'll have an opportunity here to kind of play for the split. Sorry, not play for the split, but they'll have a chance to play for the series, I guess. Tomorrow, the 2-2 pitch to Bettencourt. Len sends that one foul, and that one hitting off the fencing around the tennis courts here, just right above us. 2-2 strikes the count here on Bettencourt. Bowerly winds and comes home. Bettencourt swings and misses, strike 3. So Bettencourt down on strikes. That's Bowerly's first strikeout of the ball game. And Peyton Prigge, the first baseman, will be the hitter. Prigge popped out to second back in the second inning. Ready to go right here. Prigge with a good game 1. A couple of hits for Utah Valley and takes a called strike there. 9-1. Trailblazers. Bowerly has been tough on the Wolverines here so far. The 0-1 pitch. Prigge lines this one to left field, going back, and that ball is going to be off the base of the wall. Stopping at third is Hardy. Into second with a doubles, Peyton Prigge. And Utah Valley with a couple of runners in scoring position here. The double to left field, and here comes Madison Carr. And if you're Utah Valley right here, putting you in a pretty good, a nice position to at least be able to chip away at that lead. If you can chip away at it kind of 2 runs an inning, makes it a little more manageable as you get later on in the game. Of course, if you're the Wolverines, you'll take really at this point a couple of 2-run innings, a 5-run inning, or kind of whatever you want here just to try to get back in this one. Pitch on its way. Missing to Madison Carr. Looked like a little bit outside for ball 1. Carr walked to the second. But now looking to try to see if Carr can drive home at least 1 run here. The run at third important for the Wolverines as that one settles in low for ball 2, because the run at third would get it back under 8. There's an 8-run rule after 5 innings. 2-0 strikes, the count on Madison Carr. The pitch on its way. Carr grounds this one to short. That will get the run home, though. It'll be a ground out for Madison Carr, but Kyla Hardy scores from third. Going down to third, Peyton Prigge. So Carr will get an RBI on the ground out to make it a 9-2 lead for Dixie State. So Utah Valley able to chip into it, at least to get it back under 8 to essentially extend the ball game. And here's Emery Nielsen now. Nielsen 0 for 1, flew out to center, and her only plate appearance back in the second inning. Bowerly comes home, ground ball hit, diving Anders. She makes contact with it, but just kind of kicks it into right field, and it will be an RBI base hit for Emery Nielsen. So that two-run inning that I was talking about for Utah Valley here, critical, and now you turn it over to the top of the lineup here in Beja Query. Query doubled, and then grounded out to third. Right now, if you're Utah Valley, you just want to try to keep this inning alive here and extend it. The first pitch in there for a strike one. A 9-3 lead for Dixie State. Really what we've seen in this series, especially at least in game one, I should say. Both teams scored all their runs in that third inning. Ground ball hit to short. Up with it. Quigley throws to first in time, and the inning is over. Utah Valley gets two back, though, in the fourth. We head to the fifth. 9-3, Dixie State on top of UVU. Top of the fifth inning here in Orem. Kirsten Quigley will lead it off. Quigley, Hughbanks, and Anders coming up here for Dixie State. Brooke Carter in the circle for Utah Valley. Pitch on its way, missing low for ball one to Quigley. Quigley, 2 hits here in game 2 this afternoon. I should say he's been on base twice. And the pitch on its way. Quigley makes contact but sends it foul. With no score in the 40th minute between Seattle and Utah Valley. Women's soccer team playing in the WAC Women's Championship game down in Phoenix at Grand Canyon University. Quigley there takes the pitch outside. It's 2 balls and a strike here on Kirsten Quigley. This is a dangerous part of the lineup to work through. Here's the 2-1 pitch. That one's just kind of just lightly popped up towards the Dixie State dugout, but goes foul, and it'll be 2 balls and 2 strikes. Biggest thing Utah Valley needs defensively is to put some more zeros up in the line score. Here's the 2-2 pitch. On the corner, missing for ball 3. The count runs full. 3 balls and 2 strikes on Quigley. Dixie State, earlier in the ball game, had a tough time getting the leadoff hitter on. As the game's gone on, though, the Trailblazers have been able to get the leadoff hitter on, and Quigley draws a free pass there. Trying to look and see here. This has been one tough afternoon on Utah Valley pitching. 8 combined walks for Utah Valley they've allowed. Back to the top of the lineup. Here's Hannah Hughbanks. She has an intentional walk back in the 3rd inning. Takes ball 1 low. Hughbanks hitting .417 on the year. From the left side, standing in the 1-0 pitch. Fastball in there, called strike. evens the count up at 1-1. Brooke Carter in an inning and 2/3. No hits, no runs, 3 strikeouts. Here's the 1-1 pitch on its way, fouled back to the screen. Be 1-2 here on Eubanks. One ball, 2 strikes here on Eubanks. Eubanks, 5'8", sophomore from Chino Hills, California. Swings and hits this one well to left field. Going back, playing against the wall, it's gone. A 2-run shot for Hannah Eubanks. That is her 5th of the year, and it's an 11-3 lead for Dixie State. So the Trailblazers come back and get 2 right back on the scoreboard. And now Megan Anders will be the hitter, but Stacy Mae Johnson out to talk here, I think, to talking to the first base umpire. And I'm trying to think of what she might be. I don't know if they can appeal in softball like they can in baseball. They might be looking to make sure they hit all the bases is the only thing I can think of here. I know in baseball they could throw over to first base and touch it and see and appeal it to see. But that's the only thing I can think of right here. That Utah Valley could be potentially trying to petition with their umpires. But I don't know, that may be kind of don't know if that's a stretch or not. Stacy Mae Johnson, the Utah Valley head coach in the first base dugout, definitely a much better angle and view than I have over here. But right here, we'll kind of see their conversation happening here. It is with the first base umpire. It's not with the home plate umpire. The only other thing I could see that you could potentially be talking about is saying the runner that was on first base, but Quigley potentially left early. That's about the only other thing I can think of that you could be talking with the umpires with right here. And now the conversation will end, and Megan Anders will head into the box for Dixie State. And once again, the Trailblazers with an 8-run lead here in the 5th. So the pressure will be on the Wolverines in the bottom of the 5th inning, where Utah Valley is going to have to at least score 1 to keep this ball game going past the 5th inning. Here's the pitch to Anders. That one's misses for ball 1. Anders, a double down the right field line to go along with a strikeout and a pop out on the afternoon. The 1-0 pitch, swings and misses there. Took a big cut and came up empty. And it's 1 ball, 1 strike the count here on Megan Anders. Here's the 1-1 pitch, the bunt. Placed right back to the pitcher. Carter throws to first, but didn't get Anders. So Megan Anders is aboard here in the 5th inning. And Oakley Trapp, the designated player, will be the hitter. Carter in the circle was kind of stuck in a position of, do I charge the ball? Is my third baseman going to come cut it off? And in this case, the ball just kept coming right back to Brooke Carter. By the time Carter fielded it to make a good throw, Anders runs well and beats it out. Strike 1 there to Oakley Trapp. That's where communication on the infield really important as to who's going to take what, who's going to take is someone going to cut it off, or someone going to the 0-1 pitch. Trapp, ground ball, hit in the hole. Emery Nielsen, long throw to first, didn't get Trapp. It was going to be a long throw from Emery Nielsen. It was going to have to be right on the money, and Nielsen made a good play to get there and made a pretty good throw. Trapp just had the speed, and now with runners on at first and second, Michaela Thompson will be the hitter. We're going to have Thompson standing in. A walk, a base hit, and a fly out. Carter comes in, first pitch, swings and misses, strike one. 11-3 lead for Dixie State. The Trailblazers 11 runs on 8 hits. Utah Valley 3 runs on 6 hits. Our first game more of a pitcher's duel in some ways as Thompson swings and misses there. It's 0-2. And then this game, kind of the opposite. Some offense, and Dixie State, we were wondering, just kind of looking down the stat line, it really appeared this was a Dixie State team that could swing the bats, and we didn't see a ton of offense in game one, but game two, Dixie State has brought the offense. So Utah Valley having a conversation, it looks like on the infield, or in the circle. Michaela Thompson will make her way back to the box. Right here, Brooke Carter trying to navigate the 5th inning. Just trying to see if Utah Valley can get out of it with no more damage being done. Here's the 0-2 pitch on its way. Change up, throws Thompson, strike 3. Brooke Carter has her 4th strikeout. And with 2 gone, Shea Clements will be the hitter. Clements has singled, walked, and is popped out to short on the afternoon here in game number 2. And the pitch on its way home. Clements fouls it back to the screen. No balls and a strike. In the first game, Clements was 0 for 2 with a walk. No balls and a strike. Carter in the circle comes home. The pitch popped up down the line. Nielsen giving it a look. It's going to fall fair. Coming around third is Anders. She will score. And it's a 12-3 lead for Dixie State. A well-placed ball down the left field line. And Anders got the green light all the way around. Trapp goes to second and now brings up Casey Crawford. And right here with 1 gone, Crawford will stand in. Carter comes home, first pitch over for a called strike, and it's 0-1 here on Casey Crawford. Ready to go. Carter looks in the pitch, low and away for a ball, evens the count up. 1 ball and 1 strike here on Crawford. Crawford with the grand slam back in the 3rd, a part of the 9-run 3rd inning. For Dixie State, here's the 1-1 pitch on its way home. Change up from Carter, it's been good, and that one's over for a strike. One ball and 2 strikes the count. Carter looks in. Here's the 1-2 pitch. Swung on and missed. Strike 3 for the 2nd out of the inning. 5th strikeout for Carter. And now we're going to have, it looks like, a pinch hitter. I think it's going to be Briley Rudd, who is getting loose right here to hit at 3rd. Rudd, a local kid from Spanish Fork, Utah, Spanish Fork High School, will get ready to hit. So Rudd hits here hits in the 7th spot. So Rudd will stand in. Always good to see when the hometown kids are playing back home. That one missing for a ball. 1 ball and no strikes to Briley Rudd. Always good of coaches to get those players in the game if they can. It's not always necessarily a guaranteed thing depending on the situation, but here, Dixie State able to get Briley Rudd an at bat. The 1-0 pitch, missing for ball 2. 2 balls and no strikes. Rudd ready to stand in. Runners on at first and second with 2 gone here in the top of the 5th. 3 runs in for Dixie State. And the 2-0 pitch stays high, ball 3. The count runs to 3-0 on Briley Rudd. Shaylee Jensen in the on-deck circle, the only hitter for Dixie State to not hit here in the 5th inning. Here's a 3-0 pitch to Rudd. And that one missing, ball 4. So the bases are loaded for Dixie State, and here is Shaylee Jensen. So Jensen walked, has flown out to right, and struck out in her last at bat against Brooke Carter. Jensen, the 9th hitter to come to the plate here in the 5th inning. For Dixie State, Kirsten Quigley started everything. It's now moved in the on-deck circle. Here's the pitch to Jensen. That one's in there, called strike 1. Brooke Carter in the circle, comes home, the 0-1 pitch. Settles in there for a called strike 2, and it's no balls and 2 strikes here on Shaylee Jensen. Just thinking about it, just looking at the 2 rosters, Brooke Carter, a sophomore from Spanish Fork in Spanish Fork, Utah. Briley Rudd, a sophomore from Spanish Fork. And that one hits Jensen, and that will bring in a run. So you have to think that Briley Rudd and Brooke Carter, high school teammates, at some point facing each other there, and now Oakley Trapp scores on the hit by pitch. Clements goes to third. Rudd up to second, and Shaylee Jensen gets hit by the pitch. And Kirsten Quigley will be the hitter. Well, we thought Kirsten Quigley was going to be the hitter. I think we're going to get another pinch hitter, at least for now. Phoebe Schultz has grabbed a bat. And it will be Schultz here to hit for Kirsten Quigley. So they do have the re-entry rule, so it doesn't mean that Quigley and some of those Quigley or anybody will come out of the ball game officially. But here, Phoebe Schultz will hit. Schultz 0 for 6. Only with the 6 plate appearances for Dixie State. Stands in the first pitch. Schultz swings and misses. 0-1. Dixie State has Shea Clements running at third. Briley Rudd at second. And Shaylee Jensen over at first. The 0-1 pitch. Carter looks in, comes home, and the nice changeup settles in for a called strike. And it's 0-2 here on Phoebe Schultz. Here's the 0-2 pitch. Carter comes home, fouled back. No balls and 2 strikes. 13-3. Utah Valley is going to need to score some runs in the bottom of the 5th inning to extend this ball game. 13-3. They got to get, they're going to have to get at least 2. At least 2 back, maybe even 3. The 1-2 pitch misses outside. They got to get it to 8, so yeah, they'd have to get at least 3 to extend the game. 1 ball and 2 strikes on Phoebe Schultz. A pitch on its way, blocked in the dirt. A good stop from Query, and it's 2 balls and 2 strikes. We'll be back on the air tomorrow on 11 a.m. first pitch for the final game of this series between Dixie State and Utah Valley. And the Wolverines will hit the road to Boise State. Here's the 2-2 pitch on its way, ball 3, and the count runs full, 3-2. With the bases loaded, the runners at first and second can get a head start here. They'll be off with the pitch. Here's a 3-2 pitch. Schultz lines this one to right. That's down for a base hit. scoring on the play, and coming in is Clements and Rudd. And losing the ball as sliding into second there was Schultz, but Emory Nielsen didn't have the baseball or the softball there. And it's a 15-3 lead for Dixie State. Jensen goes to third. Schultz ends up getting to second on the throw, so it's going to be a single to right. Advances on the throw. And back to the top of the lineup, and Hannah Hughbanks, the center fielder. So Hughbanks a home run in her last plate appearance. I don't know if Utah Valley is the first pitch on its way there for a called strike, and it's 0-1. I don't think this is the performance Utah Valley had expected here, but these two big innings really kind of changing the course and the momentum of the ball game. Here's the 0-1 pitch on its way in there for a called strike 2, and it's no balls and 2 strikes here on Hannah Hughbanks. (15-3). Trailblazers. The pitch swung on and missed. Strike 3. The changeup fools Hughbanks to end the inning, and now Utah Valley has some work to do. They trail 15-3. We'll come back the bottom of the 5th inning for Utah Valley after the break. Bottom of the 5th inning as Lena Robledo will lead it off here for Utah Valley. 2, 3, and 4 coming up for the Wolverines against Bowerly, who will go back to work here in the circle. And the first pitch grounded to short off the glove of Quigley into left field. Robledo slides into second base. Heads up base running right there by the Wolverines. And Utah Valley with a runner in scoring position right off the bat. It was a nice play by Kirsten Quigley to try to keep the ball at least on the infield, but wasn't able to keep that one there. That will be an error against Quigley. And now Sienna Sandoval will come up. So Sandoval will stand in. 0 for 1 with a sacrifice fly. And her last at bat that brought home a run in the 3rd inning. Utah Valley with 1 run in the 3rd and 2 runs in the 4th. Ready to go right here. Bowerly in the circle, winds and delivers that one low. The count evens up, 1 ball and 1 strike. (15-3) lead for Dixie State. A 1-1 pitch to Sienna Sandoval. Swung on, hit well to center field. Eubanks comes over, makes the catch while falling to her knees. Tagging and going to third is Rebeledo. And the first out of the innings recorded. Eubanks there, I don't think meant to go down, but kind of fell to her knees to make the catch. The umpire, I think, making sure that she's okay. And there was one gone. Here's Ryan Milliken. So 1 run doesn't do much if you're Utah Valley. To extend the ball game, you got to get within 8. And really, you got to get down to 7. So it would take about a 5-run inning or so here to do that for the Wolverines. Here's Ryan Milliken. Milliken 0 for 2, a pair of flyouts. 1 to right, 1 to left. First pitch, missing low for ball 1. Bowerly in the circle, looks in, comes home, the 1-0. Change up, Milliken lines one back up the middle into center field. Rebeledo scores, and a nice RBI base hit from Milliken. Staying back there on the changeup, and able to send it right back through the middle there to get the RBI base hit. And now we'll bring up second baseman Kyla Hardy. And we may have someone come in to run over at first. Jaden Barajas now has a helmet on. And Jaden Barajas, number 20, looks like she'll come in to run for Ryan Milliken over at first base. So Kyla Hardy will be the hitter. Barajas the runner over at first base. Ready to go right here, the pitch on its way. Ball 1 coming out of the glove of Shea Clements right there. Clements quickly popping up in case Barajas wanted to try to move up to second, but right there, runner wasn't moving up. Hardy makes contact there and sends it foul. Maybe 1 ball and 1 strike. Hardy there, a tough part with the check swing. Now the umpire going to have a conversation. They're going to call it foul ball. The home plate umpire potentially checking to just make sure that one was indeed a foul ball, but ball kind of changing paths in the air as the 1-1 pitch missing for ball 2. 2 balls and a strike here on Kyla Hardy. Hardy, a base hit and a ground out on the afternoon here in game 2. Pitch to Kyla Hardy, popped up. A playable ball for Clements, but it goes foul. In game 1, Kyla Hardy was 1 for 3 with an RBI for Utah Valley. 2 balls and 2 strikes the count on Kyla Hardy. And the 2-2 pitch on its way, foul back. 1 out, bottom of the 5th inning. Utah Valley needs some runs to extend this one to the 6th. Bowerly's been tough. The Wolverines have scattered 7 hits. As the 2-2 pitch misses high, ball 3, the count runs full 3-2. Utah Valley's scattered 7 hits. I mean, the Wolverines have found ways to get some base hits and get runners on base. Utah Valley just hasn't been able to get those runs across. Here's a 3-2 pitch. Hardy lifts one into right field, but right at Crawford, who makes the catch for the 2nd out of the inning. And the Wolverines down to their final out, and it will be scheduled to be Lainey Bettencourt, but I think we're going to have a pinch hitter for Bettencourt. To see who it's gonna be right here. It's going to be Carly Olson, number 1, who will pinch hit right here for Bettencourt. Olson hitting from the right side right here with 2 gone. Bowerly looking in with the runner Barajas over at first base, and the pitch to Carly Olson in there for a called strike. 0-1. Olson on the year, no hits in 10 at-bats for the pinch hitter. The 0-1 pitch on its way. Olson takes that one for ball one, and the count moves to 1 ball and 1 strike. Olson, a sophomore from Corona, California. Standing in here, the 1-1 pitch. Pulled foul by the Dixie State dugout. And the Wolverines down to their final strike. One ball, 2 strikes, 2 outs here in the bottom of the 5th inning. The pitch to Carly Olson, swung on and missed, strike 3. And that should be the ball game, and it will be. A 15-4 final here. Dixie State, after dropping the first contest of the day, comes back with a 15-run, 10-hit performance to beat Utah Valley. We'll have Game 3 coming up for you tomorrow morning, set for an 11 a.m. first pitch here from the Wolverines softball field. We'll see who takes the rubber match of this 3-game weekend set. For now, we'll say so long from the Wolverines softball field. I'm Ryan Pickens, and we will see you back here tomorrow for more Utah Valley softball on the WAC Digital Network.